This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Recent steps by the Trump administration and Wyoming are a lifeline for Wyoming's shrinking timber industry. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that those steps may be too little too late for what remains of the state's family-owned lumber businesses.
I wanted to see how are our lumber mill industry, timber industries doing since all these changes have come along? Are they feeling confident about the future? Really, they're in such bad shape. They're selling more timber now, sure. But when they go through and start cutting that timber, half of it's dead. They've got so much beetle kill and so forth out there in the forests that the quality of the timber is much less than it used to be. It's a lot of moving parts and a lot of things that need to happen, and they're not out of the proverbial woods yet.
To get back to an economically viable level of production, Wyoming lumber producers say they would need to see roughly twice as much timber for sale next year. Casper police evacuated 2 businesses late Wednesday afternoon and then were able to negotiate the surrender of a man on the 2nd floor of the building whom his mother said is wanted for murder. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck spoke to a woman walking around the building who identified herself as Robin Behan, the suspect's mother. She said her son's name was Alejandro Behan and that he had gone back home to Riverton for a visit and said, quote, "It turns out he was wanted for homicide."
I was able to talk to this individual's mother who said that she didn't know that he was wanted for homicide. She thought he was wanted for a probation violation, and she encouraged him to surrender to the police, but he apparently didn't do that, and the police showed up in big numbers. And according to another witness, they used a megaphone speaking in English and Spanish, and then he later saw this individual being walked out in handcuffs.
A Casper Police Department spokesperson confirmed the department executed a felony arrest warrant in the area near Veterans Park off of 2nd Street. Wyoming has officially surpassed Texas in uranium production, marking a dramatic turnaround for an industry that's languished for decades under depressed prices and foreign competition. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke to industry experts who say that Wyoming's current production levels are just the beginning of what promises to be an explosive growth period.
They're predicting that the current production rate, which is around 92,000 pounds of uranium each quarter, is what Wyoming is producing right now. That could jump to 1 million pounds a quarter in the coming years and put Wyoming at the top of the heap as the leading uranium producer, surpassing Utah. And so there's a huge opportunity there for Wyoming to fill in that need, that demand.
Wyoming currently has 3 active uranium mines ramping up production, with a 4th project in the Shirley Basin expected to come online before year's end. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking for something truly unforgettable? Head to the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive every night beginning at 8. From bucking broncs to bull rides, it's America's original night rodeo right here in Cody, Wyoming.
The rodeo capital of the world.
It's family fun, wild rides, and true Western excitement under the lights. Cody is rodeo.
Since 2001, the U.S. Forest Service's roadless rule has forbidden new road construction on national forests across Wyoming's high country. On Wednesday, U.S. Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins and Forest Service Chief Tom Schultz announced the first step towards rescinding that rule. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that could open up 45 million acres of roadless areas on national forests across the West for possible new road construction, including vast swaths of some of Wyoming's premier high country, such as the Wyoming Range and the Bighorn Mountains.
There are some people who are enthusiastic about that. Congresswoman Harriet Hagman from Wyoming has expressed very enthusiastic support for that, as she sees that it would help along with our logging industry industry and mitigating fire risks. But I heard today from some people that are pushing back against it, like Trout Unlimited, backcountry hunters and anglers, organizations like that are saying, hey, not so fast. They're saying that just a blanket across the board elimination of the roadless rule could possibly mess up really good wildlife conservation in hunting and fishing areas.
The Forest Service will publish the notice of intent to rescind the roadless rule in the Federal Register on Friday. That will open a public comment period scheduled to last until September 19th. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
When she was 19 weeks pregnant with Finn, Kelly went in for a routine ultrasound.
The doctor knew that something was wrong when he looked at his heart and saw that there weren't any chambers and there were abnormal connections.
After Finn was born, he needed multiple surgeries and procedures just so he could survive.
He has had 17 procedures, including 2 open heart surgeries. To be perfectly honest, I can't see Finn even getting past birth without the American Heart Association.
Finn's entire family is grateful to the American Heart Association. Their support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs gave Finn a second chance at life.
I love to go on bike rides with my daddy. Thank you for helping kids like me.
Learn how you can join us in the fight to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke at helpheart.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's August 28, 25, Thursday. And good to have you along with us this morning. Stories we're looking at. A weird, spiky dinosaur. Maybe the most armored up dinosaur you've ever seen. Trivia questions today with Ask Abby. That's going to be fun. Is it too little too late for logging in Wyoming? And the roadless rule, can we roll that back, run that back? We talked to State Forester yesterday about it a little bit. Some people are for it, some not. Casper police take into custody a man wanted for homicide. Wyoming surpasses Texas as one of the top uranium-producing states. Wyoming also on the forefront of rare earth mining, of course. Ranchers helping ranchers with the exchange of hay. You know, we've had fires that have burned up a lot of forage in Wyoming, and University of Wyoming has got a website especially designed to help ranchers find hay if they need hay. Dale Killingback's story about the 50-year-old woman accused of tying a patient's head to a bed in a nursing care facility. That goes to court. And Dale Killingback was there. Barlow, Senator Eric Barlow, is going to have to surrender his position on a committee because he's running for governor. A 50-year-old Wyoming rule means he can't do both. Colorado darts wild horses to make them infertile. Can we do the same in Wyoming? If no, why not? And there's your spoiler alert. The answer is no, we can't. And we'll tell you why. These stories and a whole bunch more today on the Cowboy State Daily Show. After a weather forecast. Letters to the editor as well, pretty fun. I was checking out a few of those. We'll discuss. Casper, chance of rain, otherwise partly sunny today, high 78. Riverton, 78 as well. Maybe some patchy fog in the morning, otherwise mostly sunny. Evanston, chance of rain in the morning. Becoming partly sunny, 70 the high in Evanston. Green River, slight chance of rain in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 75. Pinedale, fog in the morning. Chance of rain in the afternoon. Partly sunny, 68 in Pinedale. Alpine, foggy start to the day, 77 the high under mostly cloudy skies. DuBois, rain likely. Mostly cloudy, breezy 67. Patchy fog early morning. Jackson, rain likely. Mostly cloudy today with highs 72. Thermopolis, chance of rain. Partly sunny 80. Cody, rain likely. 72 the high. Warland, you'll get to 80 with a chance of rain. Buffalo, probably rain today. 73 the high. Sheridan, rain likely. 78. Gillette, chance of rain, mostly cloudy, 77. Chance of rain in Newcastle as well, 77. Torrington, rain, otherwise partly sunny, 81. Douglas, upper 70s with a chance of rain. Cheyenne, you could see rain today as well. Mostly sunny when it's not raining, 72 the high. Same with Laramie. And a slight chance of rain in Rawlins today. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 73. That's how we see it. That's how Don Day sees it with the day weather forecast across the state. The rancher challenging the big wind turbine projects, the Pronghorn 2 project. Mike Stevens is the main guy. Mike Stevens is kind of the voice of everyone who's opposed to that project. He'll be on the show today. Talk about what he doesn't like about this wind project. The logging issue. We had a great chat with State Forester. What is her name? Kelly. She was fantastic. What a job. She's got a job, Kelly Norris, that requires her to interface with so many different user groups. The state forester, there's no statewide land ownership forester. The state forester is Kelly Norris. And she has to make sure everybody is working and pulling in the rope in the same direction. Everybody meaning private landowners who have forests, federal lands like BLM, Forest Service, and the Park Service. State Forester's got a lot of things she has to do. Appointed by the 5-member land board of Wyoming, which is headed by the governor, and includes the state treasurer, secretary of state, superintendent of public instruction, Christy Racina. What is Christy's? We got to have Christy on the show again. We had her once, way back when. Only because, we would have her more often. I just don't know what an auditor is. State auditor. Okay. It has something to do with money, right? Racinas is one of the members of that board. So they appoint the forester, and it's Kelly Norris, first female forester in Wyoming. And her job includes tons of stuff, a lot of wildfire concerns. Her job is making sure the next generation and the generation after that, right on down the line, has healthy forests to enjoy in Wyoming. Simple as that. And that could mean opening up logging, closing down logging, whatever. It could mean wildfire. How do you mitigate for wildfire? Pine beetle. A lot of things concern our forests. Logging now is what we're trying to do in Wyoming. President Trump says it's okay to log again. Governor Gordon signed an executive order saying, get back to logging Wyoming. But is it too little, too late? Renee Jean has the story about at least one family-owned business in Wyoming that says, that's great news, but all that standing beetle killed tree, those dead trees, that's dead wood. It's too late. That was 15 years ago the pine beetle got in. And we should have got in, the window closed 8 years ago on that. Says some folks in the logging industry. Jenny Hayter is watching Willow Creek fire in Star Valley burn and thinking, man, that if only we had logged that years ago would help our company, and it may have lessened the fire danger. But right now, Hayter said everything's dead in the forest. It needed to be logged and managed a long time ago. Her company is finding that about half the timber they can get in and log in Wyoming forests is usable. I mean, certainly for firewood, but as far as using wood for building material or whatever, the timber industry would want wood for, it's too late, say many. Too much dead trees, and they've been there for too long. Hayter believes the standing dead wood in so many of Wyoming's forests is contributing factor to widespread wildfires that have been chewing up the Cowboy state. You look at that 850,000 acres burned across Wyoming last year. Remember the Elk Creek fire, Pack Trail fire, Fish Creek, Horse Straw, all those fires of last year. We got some fires going this year, not quite as much acreage burned up, but still. And Hayter, a logging company in Wyoming, says that's why the fires get so bad. Everything's dead. But news that we can get into the forest now, especially if that Roadless Act of 2001 is repealed. Logging companies will be able to get in there and log. Production down 70% for one mill. Jim Nyman talked to the Cowboy State Daily. He owns Nyman Enterprises, fourth-generation family-owned business headquartered in the Hewlett area. It's one of the state's largest lumber mills. And he said, it's good news that logging is back, but he said there needs to be a fairly serious, steep ramp up for us to survive. But he believes the Forest Service recognizes that, so does the state. He's somewhat optimistic. 5 years ago, Nyman said, I had to shut down the mill in Hill City, South Dakota, laid off 125 employees. 2.5 years ago, I shut down one of the shifts in Hewlett. And not too long after that, I shut down a shift in Spearfish. Our production down 70%, and I've laid off more than 200 employees in the timber industry. But hopefully it's back. It's complicated. Retired forester Bill Crapser talked to Renee Jean for the Cowboy State Daily in this story. And he said, it's complicated getting to timber. It's one thing to change logging policies, but it's another thing to actually get out there and get timber and harvest timber. It's not easy. There's a lot involved. It's complex. Same thing Kelly Norris said. It's complex, the issue of logging and the whole timber industry, but hopefully we can get back to work doing that in Wyoming. That story from Renee Jean, all you wanted to know about logging and timber harvesting in Wyoming. Getting back to it. Casper police had to evacuate a building, kick out a couple of businesses as they looked for a suspect wanted in a homicide situation. This kid's been in trouble before, a 21-year-old. Robin Behan is the mom. The kid is Alejandro. He was wanted in some other instance, I remember. And I believe he's 21. Alejandro Behan was in a residence in Casper. He was at his mom's home. Casper Police Department came knocking at the door and said, we're looking for your son. She thought it had to do with him missing a court
appearance, which he has done in the past, and maybe a violation of his parole. Turns out a little more serious than that. He was wanted in a homicide. And when they asked, is your son here? She said yes. They came back with bigger guns, she said, an AR-14 big machine gun, and came back. 15 minutes later, the situation was resolved, and they had in custody Alejandro Behan. That story from Dale Killingback, and it came out of Casper. Let's take our first break of the morning, and we'll get to Greg Johnson right after these words. Thanks for spending time with us this Thursday, and the Cowboy State Daily Show continues.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me,
When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Do you hear me while I'm talking here?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, yeah. Brad just fixed it, but you had yesterday's show playing in the on the homepage.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it had the right title, Wednesday Daily for Thursday, but yesterday was playing in it.
Okay. I think I know what happened, but
Yeah,
Good,
it looks like the right one is. It's playing live on. Well, maybe it's playing live.
Yeah, I think I know what kind of thing goes wrong, can go wrong, and maybe did go wrong. I'll keep an eye on it, but hopefully it's been fixed. What's going on this morning other than helping me? You got to
That's it. I don't know. Well, it's weird. I'm seeing myself on there.
Yeah.
Oh, we're on live now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The only thing I can do is have us live. I don't have any other pre-show green room conversation. Yeah. Yeah, this is it.
Oh, okay.
This is the big show.
Well, UW gets their season started tonight.
I'm so excited. Akron. Come on, what a team named the Zips? We can beat the Zips.
The Akron Zips.
They don't sound that tough.
The mighty Zips.
The mighty Zips. Our mascot can kick your mascot. What is a zip? Zip is what I think they'll score by the end of the game.
Yeah, what is a zip?
Wyoming 30-0 over Akron. I don't know. They got a pretty good quarterback, I'm hearing. So let's make sure we pressure him. But I was kind of down on the Pokes this year, but then I'm hearing good things lately. I talked to Jared Petrino yesterday. He knows the Cowboys real good. And he encouraged me. And then I was reminded of how the team finished last year. You remember, Wyoming laid an egg in the border war. We looked terrible. And then there was nothing left after the border war, and with no chance for a bowl bid, there's nothing left to play for the Wyoming Cowboys. And yet they went out and almost beat Boise State, ranked like 17 at the time. We almost beat them. And then we did win the final game of the season against Washington State, in a game we probably shouldn't have won. And that showed me something. With nothing left to play for, and the way we finished last season is character stuff. That's a character team. And I like that. And I do like the fact that we did hold on to a few key parts. Sargent, the wide receiver, Caden Anderson, the quarterback, Sam Scott, right? Running back. Offense is going to be decent. Defense, I don't know. A lot of new faces, but I think we're going to be good.
Yeah, they're on the road. Akron Zips. What is a zip?
What is a zip? We haven't been in Ohio since 2011. Never played Akron yet. But I think we can handle them. Pretty sure.
The Zip is their kangaroo mascot, Zippy.
Oh, yeah, of course. Akron.
The team name originated from the B.F. Goodrich Company's zipper rubber overshoes, which were popular in Akron.
Well, I was going to say it might have some tire connotations because Akron, of course, is the capital of tires. Okay, that makes sense. Something to do with tires.
Okay.
Makes perfect sense.
I don't know. The Zips don't inspire fear, and neither does the kangaroo.
No. Nope. A kangaroo, a car tire, a zip. All of it amounts to, we're not exactly quaking in our cowboy boots. Yeah, come on.
Wyoming is a 5.5-point favorite.
Oh, that's encouraging.
There are a lot of games today.
Yeah, why is that on a Thursday?
I guess on the first week, there's a lot on Thursday. There's a lot of games that have to be played. I'll tell you what, Saturday, holy moly, the lineup of games.
Yeah, good games though to start.
There's some.
Yeah.
There's the one you want to watch is 10 a.m. Saturday. Number 1 Texas at number 3 Ohio State.
Oh yeah.
Right off the bat.
Right. That's a showdown.
Ohio State is a 1.5-point favorite on that one. But Arch Manning, starting for the number 1 team coming in. No pressure there.
No. We're going to see what Arch is made of. He's got some family pedigree, that's for sure.
Here's one. Nevada is at number 2 Penn State. Penn State is a 43.5-point favorite.
Oh, that's a tune-up for Penn State.
They're a 43.5-point favorite, and the over/under is 55.5. So people don't think Nevada is.
They won't score at all. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be like 55-0. Yeah. Oh, that's going to be tough if you're Nevada going up. That's the first week of college football. There's a lot of matchups like that. Some teams schedule a cream puff just to beat up on, feel good about.
Yeah. Well, and there's another good one, though. LSU number 9 at number 4 Clemson. That should, on paper, that looks like a good game.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, there's just a ton of them on Saturday.
Do you do fantasy football?
I did this year.
No?
No.
I missed last year, but I'm doing it this year. But my draft is today, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to concentrate on it too much. I don't know who to get. Just all Buffalo Bills players.
Yeah, just draft the entire Buffalo Bills team and see how that does for you.
Yeah. We'll do real good. We'll see.
Yeah, that would be easy, right? You just draft a team, and then whatever the receivers do, you get. Whatever their quarterbacks do, you get. Whatever their defense does, you get.
Yeah. This way I don't find myself rooting for anything other than my team. That's one downside of fantasy football is you tend to root for your players on your team. And what if they're playing your favorite team in real life? Like,
yeah. Although after the first 2 or 3 teams are drafted, nobody else wants to play.
Right.
Like, who's the best team left? Cleveland. Okay.
Yeah. Did you see we had the state forester on yesterday, Kelly Norris? She's really cool and smart. She is cool. And I didn't realize there was such a thing and how multifaceted the state forester is and all the things they do. It's a lot. Timber industry.
I always thought they were the ranger in the Yogi Bear.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, they're a little bit of that. They're logging, they're wildfire mitigation, there are a lot of things, forestry. A lot going on.
Yeah. Well, they don't let it burn.
Yeah, and she did say, that I didn't realize that beetle stuff. Remember the pine beetle? I didn't realize it was that long ago that we were dealing with that. 15 years, and some say, 8 years ago we should have been in there. That was the last chance to get useful wood out of the dead trees from the pine beetle. Now they're just dead. You can't do anything but burn it. Although is that a useful for the logging industry? I know they want to go in and harvest timber for building material and expensive things, but can they harvest and then we can use that to somehow burn? It's probably not profitable.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Nobody wants it. Who wants it?
Yeah, I see. Right. I went to the rodeo yesterday. Our local...
Was it your first rodeo?
No, nor second. And you know who we saw there? Just a huge surprise at the Jackson Hole Rodeo, which is a small community rodeo. No big name. You got some local kids from the area ranches, dude ranches, might come and ride and get busted up. You might have some regional names that ride at the Cody Night Rodeo, some kind of name, but nobody big, except for last night. And surprise, surprise, the number 1 bull rider in the country showed up between rodeos. Probably last weekend he was in Utah, Salt Lake area, I think, Ogden. This weekend, he's probably on his way to a big rodeo, but he is the number 1 PRCA. He's made, $300,000 plus now this year. Wasey Shala just showed up.
Was he competing?
Yeah. He threw in to
the way you said it, I thought, he was like,
oh yeah, no,
he was
guest
going
appearance.
Jackson. He was
right. Like he came out to the rodeo and waved to the fans, signed a few autographs and left. No,
he's a star now. He's just showing up in Jackson.
No, the announcer said, fans, you're in for a treat. And I don't know if 98% of the fans there had no idea who he was, but hopefully if you read Cowboy State Daily and you read I think it was Renee Jean that featured him. He was the baby-faced rodeo star featured in a story in Cowboy State Daily.
Oh, yeah.
19-year-old kid, looks like he's 12, and he's a cowboy. He's a rodeo star in the making. And you're going to see this guy in December in Las Vegas. You're going to see him on TV. Like, he's the real deal. He just dropped in on Jackson, and I'm sure the Wilsons put on that rodeo. Phil Wilson runs it. And you're supposed to, when you're a rodeo, you put your money in and then you take your draw. You get whatever bull, whatever animal they tell you you're going to ride. It's just random. But I'll bet for Wasey, I'll bet they made an exception if Phil Wilson found the rankest bull he had, because I don't know if he's got anything that Wasey couldn't ride, He found him the wickedest bull. And still, Wasey Shala not only could ride that thing for 8 seconds, he could ride it down to the grocery store and pick up a pack of smokes and a carton of milk and bring it back. I mean, he rode it, and he won last night with an 84 ride. Boy, he's good.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty rare to see that. He was at Cheyenne Frontier Days, of course. But to see him in Jackson at that little rodeo, how about that? What else is in the news you like?
It's interesting to see nobody wants to buy used Cybertrucks.
Oh, the market's not there, eh?
Yeah. The buy one used just isn't something people want to do.
I heard the book on the used Cybertrucks was going down. It was like the number one used vehicle, like price wise, and it now has fallen to number 2 behind something. I don't know what, but yeah, I'm not surprised. They're getting a bad rap. I don't think they look that great. They can't work like a truck. We've seen that. Lots of videos that show them getting stuck, being pulled out by a real truck.
And that's the thing. If people are already getting rid of them, trading them in, doing stuff, why? It's because there's something wrong with them, because it's not because they're too old.
Yeah. I mean, they're a novelty. If that's what you want, fine. They're a novelty. They have.
Yeah, I saw some kind of a leak thing where I guess the next generation of Cybertruck is actually going to look like a truck. And so,
I mean, it's the look is okay. It's not for me, but they're not a truck. Like, you don't want to pull a trailer. I saw one pulling an Airstream the other day. There couldn't be more aluminum looking rig, It was the Cybertruck, which looks like a sheet of aluminum, and the Airstream, which is all aluminum. It was just a big silver thing going by.
Wow. That insults the Airstream, doesn't it?
Yeah, kind of. But that was a lot of money rolling by. But I bet the truck was struggling to pull that thing. I don't think it just.
I think it's just upkeep and stuff. I see all kinds of stuff. People saying that they get home and they have it on the charger for 12 hours and it still doesn't get much. It's and with especially with some of these electric vehicles, they look great. And I'm not like anti-electric, but it's like you sneeze wrong and you got a $30,000 repair.
Yeah.
It takes 6 months. You know,
there's that. I haven't even thought about that. Yeah, it's ahead of the curve. And if you know what happens when you buy something that's ahead of think about the very first cell phones and the very first anything. They weren't quite ready for prime time. And you're ahead of it with these vehicles, but the tech's got to catch up. The infrastructure of recharging these things got to catch up.
It's the brick phone, and we want the smartphone.
Yeah, and we're going to jump right to the smartphone, and we got the brick phone now. Yeah, that's right. You got to.
Although people who had the brick phones thought they were cool as anything,
and that's why these people rolling around on their Cyberdrive, they go, look how cool I am, and you're like, dude. It's not, you're not there yet. And you have to, I would imagine, very, very carefully plan out any long trip you make to know where the charging stations are and where you're going to be overnight. Do they have a charging station? Like, we're not there yet.
If you get, if you're on I-80 and it starts to snow and you get in one of those hours long traffic jams, and you just run out of charge sitting there on the highway.
Yeah. You could run out of gas too. Those things are so long. You could be stuck in there for hours. Yeah, I'm not convinced with the EV yet.
If I had a choice between an EV and a gas car, and they were the equivalent. It took as long to charge it up as it does to fill the gas tank. Cost about the same. Maintenance is about the same, and the reliability. If they were all pretty much the same, but the only difference is one is gas and one is electric, I'd choose the electric.
Yeah,
but it's just not yet. It's just not there.
Right. All things being equal, blah, 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 but all things are not equal. I would too. I don't need to be belching smoke and making noise. There are some that you're never going to take their hot rod away because they need to hear their vehicle and they need to see the smoke and all that. I can roll quiet. I can do the EV thing if it was as powerful as, and when I pull into the gas station, they got that charging pump, and China supposedly has got the fast charging. They say they've got technology you charge as fast as you can fill up your car with gas. That's what we need. When we get there,
what if they go all electric for the Indy 500?
Ooh, and it was so quiet.
Like an 8-hour pit stop to charge up.
Yeah, right now it would be. Yeah,
we'll come back tomorrow when they're done.
The pit crew would still go really fast though. Yeah. They would do the tires.
And why would you go and watch it if part of it is watching them go around and you can hear it.
Yeah.
But if it's like silent, you just hear nothing.
It'd be really quiet. You'd hear the squeak of a wheel now and then. You'd hear maybe these redneck NASCAR drivers yelling at each other. You son of a... But you
could hear them all talking on their headset.
Yeah, you could hear their spotter telling them, "Yeah, you're clear. Move down the lane."
Yeah,
it'd be a different kind of racing.
NASCAR, electric NASCAR.
Electric NASCAR. There needs to be a remake of the Talladega Nights.
You know what? That sounds like a punk country fusion band. Electric NASCAR.
Oh. Yeah, you better trademark that. Someone will steal it from us.
Yeah.
That does sound good. It's time for a break. Stand by. Today's not busy. It's a quiet Thursday. Slow Thursday.
No, it's not.
No. All right, we'll be right back.
Never slow.
I know for you're working. I want to update on your car rental. We can talk about that and other news. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
We're getting back to it on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Greg Johnson's here, chatting away the early morning. I was just looking at responses to our stories in the Facebook. People seem to be resonating with ranchers helping ranchers with hay, a special website set up by the University of Wyoming. That's cool. Burned up a lot of hay in those fires. A lot of potential forage.
Yeah, especially on the lease, on their leases and stuff. Man,
what are you working on?
Nothing much. Going over to the Capitol this morning. I could tell you, but I'd have to kill you.
My cat just brought in a dead mouse during the break. That's
nice.
Put it back out. Yeah, I brought a prize. Thinks it's such a big deal. At least it wasn't a bird. Golly. I don't know
My
how
cat's not a hunter.
No?
She doesn't go outside. She doesn't like it out there.
And cat's a sissy.
She thinks she wants to go out, and then as soon as she gets out, she runs back in.
Yeah. Well, mine's half wild, and it has to kill something a day. One thing a day. It's a killer. But he's sleeping now. He's taking a mouse nap. He does eat the stuff, though, I've noticed. Like, he eats a whole bird, big birds. Leaves the wings. He eats the whole bird, and then he goes into a cat coma, food coma, and he just lays there.
Probably tryptophan, right? Just
yeah, tryptophan. Yeah,
at Thanksgiving,
He's all bloated. Supposedly that's not true, the tryptophan. You think the experts say tryptophan, they say it's just because you overeat. That's why you're tired.
Yeah, I've heard that it's not. Yeah, you eat so much, you're actually tired. Whew.
Yeah. Yeah.
Man, it's like mowing the lawn or something.
I'm exhausted from all that jaw work. There's something to turkey, though. If you eat a lot of turkey, you get sleepy. Or it could have something to do with what the NFL puts on TV. I mean, Detroit Lions and the Dallas Cowboys, especially back in the day.
The Lions are good now.
Well, back when they were bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Back in the day, you're right, for a long time.
Right. You'd be like,
it could be that maybe you just want to take a nap and get away from all the family arguing on Thanksgiving.
Could be. A lot of reasons why you might be sleepy and take a day nap on Thanksgiving.
Got to nap up because you're going to get in line for the midnight opening of Black Friday.
Yeah. Could get ahead of that.
I'll never do that. I hate shopping regularly.
Yeah.
I hate shopping if I'm the only one in the store.
Yeah.
Let alone crowded and having to wait for people.
No, yeah, not for me either. And then I don't know why everybody's not shopping online. Brick and mortar, there's no future there. They don't have the stock. They don't have exactly what you want. If you have unlimited shelves to choose from in shopping and the effort of just clicking while you're sitting on your couch.
Well, it is, but I do like, I do like to go into, locally owned places and, to support, the local guys, I'll go in and do that. But if it's a choice of going online or going to Walmart, I'll do that.
You know what Walmart's top selling item is? It's going to be an Ask Abby trivia question, so don't tell her.
Probably water. I don't know.
You would think, yeah, it'd be something. It is a food item. It's not like socks. It's bananas.
Bananas, huh?
Walmart sells more bananas than anything else.
Wow. So if Abby gets that question right, are you going to be suspicious?
Yes, you better zip it, Greg. There's no way she's going to get that one without your help.
That's bananas.
That is bananas.
I don't know if I've ever bought bananas at Walmart. I don't think I ever have.
Yeah. I mean, they don't last long enough. That's my problem. I love bananas, but you buy them green, you bring them home and they're yellow, and a day later they're brown. Like,
are they counting it? Are they counting it though as like each banana is a thing? So if someone walks out with a bunch,
that's a good question.
As, 7 bananas, and so that it just adds up to be the most purchased thing.
Good question. I bet they count individual bananas as a unit sold. So when you buy a bunch, that's 5, 6. Gotta be. That's why it adds up so fast.
I don't know. This probably sounds bad. Probably. I was thinking it could be lottery tickets.
Lottery tickets, yeah. Grapes, if you counted each individual grape, but that's cheating.
Peanuts.
You can't do that.
Oh. Corn, if you each kernel of corn on the cob is one unit. I wonder what the most stolen item out of Walmart is.
Oh, that's probably on the interwebs. We could Siri it, Google it. The most shoplifted item. Probably on there. I'll check it out. And we'll ask Abby. That'll be an Ask Abby. Senator Barlow's got
Let's see.
What?
There isn't a specific ranking of the most stolen items, but high demand items include baby formula, meat, cosmetics, alcohol, laundry detergent.
Laundry detergent. You would think it's got to be things easily pocketed.
It's mostly high value, small size.
Yeah.
Which makes them easy to steal and to sell afterward.
You think really people are in the resale business doing it?
I don't know.
Or
this is just a speculation because there isn't a. Well, let's see.
I mean, you want pricey electronics.
Okay, in Washington, this packaged meat is the most shoplifted item in America. True also at Walmart locations, according to this 2024 story.
Yeah, I'm seeing cosmetics #1 stolen item from Walmart. Lipstick, mascara.
If it was though, I mean, wouldn't all those people go to Walmart look a little bit better?
You could hope. Electronics is a big one, but that's why they put everything in a case. They're hard to get at, you know.
Yeah, that's right. I'm seeing cosmetics, small electronics, toys, over the counter, something.
Over the counter meds, stool softener. It's in the top 10. Yeah.
Then you would think toilet paper would be up there too.
Yeah, but that's fairly cheap. I mean, you really got to be desperate to be stealing TP, which was invented by the Chinese, and of course, in low supply during COVID. There was a market for there was a black market toilet paper scene going on during the pandemic.
I know at one time one of the most shoplifted items around were like Pokemon cards.
Yeah, because they're so expensive, and every kid wants one or a pack of them. Yeah, that was pretty popular. Rob says no Ledoux ball cap. No, I still don't have a Chris Ledoux. Rob's going to send me one. All right. I don't have a Chris Ledoux hat or a Ned Ledoux. Any Ledoux. I got a Ledon't.
You ever get caught shoplifting as a kid?
No.
Parents ever catch you?
No. Not
So
that
you got away with it.
Yeah.
I'm not asking if you ever did it. I'm just assuming you did.
You're right. No, I have a terrible memory. We were just talking about this the other day. I got family in town, and I guess it's our whole family, brother and sister. We can't remember stuff. If I did shoplift, I can't remember. And I can't remember any of my teachers. Some people remember every teacher they had, every grade. I can't remember what they even might have looked like or their names or anything.
Yeah, I remember a few of them, but not many.
Yeah. If I shop, I don't remember. I don't think so. You know, maybe a gumball or something there was a candy store that was pretty popular.
I did once when I was like 6 or so.
Oh.
Took a pack of gum. And we're in the car on the way home. And I guess I started opening the gum, and my mom's like, "Where'd you get that?" And of course I'm 6. I'm like, "I had it," or something like that, And she turned around and took me back to the store and made me hand it back to the person and apologize for stealing it.
Of course, that's a good mom. It probably worked.
They'd be scared they're going to call the police.
Yeah, the embarrassment of that. That's a good move. You got to do that. Smart move. Yeah, as a kid, though, you think of every scenario. Oh, I had it. No, you didn't. The guy gave it to me.
Yeah, somebody gave it to me.
Yeah.
I found it.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, these days, it's probably just none of your business. So.
Right. When your mom marched you back in there, did she take you by the ear? That's a common move.
I don't think the ear, but she's probably holding my arm or something.
Yeah.
pushing me. Come on, let's go.
Marched you in. Yeah. All right. Well, we's about out of time here on the early morning edition with Greg. How's the car running? Pretty good? You beating it up?
Yeah, it's running all right. I hate it. It's okay. It's just not my car that I liked.
Yeah.
So,
well, I hope
I just drive it to work, stay there forever, drive it home. I'm not really driving around in it.
Oh, Greg, you work too much.
All right, well, I'm going to go to work.
Okay. Have a great Thursday.
All right, see ya.
Greg Johnson of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Getting back to it, we got more stories from Cowboy State Daily and elsewhere that we're going to get to this morning. We'll dig right into the rare earths thing after top of the hour news on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Ranchers throughout Wyoming and Nebraska are rallying to provide emergency hay for those impacted by wildfires tearing through Wyoming's critical cattle grazing lands. Coordinating a portion of the relief effort is the University of Wyoming Extension, which has launched a website designed to connect ranchers with hay surpluses for those who need help providing for their herds. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker spoke to donors who are offering hay through the emergency site to ranchers in need.
I spoke to one individual in Nebraska who was saying that he personally witnessed some of the impacts that fire can have on cattle. And he told me that cattle can usually only live about 10 days without eating something, but it takes between 30 and 45 days to regrow grass that's been burned. So individuals like this that are sharing their resources are being very generous and trying to make a really big impact here on cattle in the state of Wyoming.
Wyoming's biggest wildfire of the season so far is the Red Canyon Fire, which has burned its way through 125,000 acres in the Bighorn Basin as of Tuesday. Other blazes in Willow Creek and Dollar Lake continue to impact the availability of forage for cattle throughout the state. Well, as summer 2025 winds down, Wyoming finds itself at the center of America's push to break China's grip on rare earth element production. 3 separate rare earth projects are now underway across the state, representing the most concentrated domestic development effort in decades. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that this summer, rare earth operations near Ranchester, Upton, and American Rare Earths mine outside Wheatland made big moves to cut into China's grip on the world's rare earths production. But many hurdles lie ahead.
Rare earth is everywhere, but not in economically viable concentrations where a mine can really profit. We went from ignoring rare earth to really just full speed ahead, and Wyoming's right at the forefront. The
Trump administration has made domestic rare earth production a national security priority as China controls about 85% of global rare earth processing. A Wyoming state legislator who's announced his candidacy for governor has stepped down as chairman of a state Senate committee. Senator Eric Barlow of Gillette announced his candidacy for the 2026 governor's race August 12th, but Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Barlow removed himself from his role on the Senate Labor, Health, and Social Services Committee because of a Wyoming legislative rule dating back to 1975, which says any committee chair running for a statewide office, quote, shall immediately resign from his or her chairmanship of the committee.
It's an old rule. It's 50 years old, so we've kind of lost touch on whoever enacted it and why. The rule just says if you're the chair of the committee, you're running for a statewide office, you got to step down. And he did. Senator Cale Case said, I get why we have the rule because maybe a guy would use the chairmanship to grandstand, which he said Barlow would not do. He called Barlow a gentleman. And then he said, but if a guy did use a position of power like that to grandstand while campaigning, then wouldn't we all just know that he wasn't fit to be governor?
Barlow has chaired various select committees and task forces and remains chair of the Mental Health and Vulnerable Adult Task Force, which is not governed by the committee chair election rule. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking for something truly unforgettable? Head to the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive every night beginning at 8. From bucking broncs to bull rides, it's America's original night rodeo right here in Cody, Wyoming.
The rodeo capital of the world.
It's family fun, wild rides, and true Western excitement under the lights. Cody is rodeo.
In Colorado, Mustang numbers are kept in check by volunteers who prowl the range, shooting female horses with darts loaded with fertility control drugs. Advocates say that it's working and spares Colorado wild horse herds from helicopter roundups that have ignited controversy in Wyoming, Nevada, and other western states. But the effectiveness of fertility control darting is extremely limited in Wyoming, according to Outdoors reporter Mark Hines.
These doses have to be administered to each mare about once a year. You get in places like the Rock Springs area, the huge red desert, where you're talking sometimes thousands of horses spread across a gazillion acres. It's probably not going to work.
Critics say the BLM's wild horse roundups are cruel and unnecessary, as helicopters are used to drive Mustangs into holding corrals. Others argue that the Mustangs are a feral invasive species, and their numbers must be kept in check to protect the rangeland environment and native wild animals. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show and Jake rolling along on a Thursday. Do you have a particular day of the week that you are more likely to drop in with us to listen? Do Thursdays work better for you, or Mondays, or do you listen every day? That's what we hope, you listen to every day. I always wondered if there's particular days we can count on you. Ending the roadless rule. Is that going to happen? Mark Hines' story says not everybody's on board with that. I'm sort of half and half. I really get frustrated when I see roads closed that are perfectly good roads in the forest. And it seems I encounter those a lot. Not necessarily because of the Roadless Rule Act, the Roadless Rule, which took effect in 2001. The Trump administration considering rescinding that whole roadless rule stuff, which would open up logging in particular. The one reason why our forests in Wyoming aren't logged to a greater extent is the fact that we can't get to the trees because the roads are closed. Roadless rule applies. And that's an effort to keep the wilderness wild. And that is cool. That does have its advantages. Because what happens when there's road access to everywhere and everything? We'll ruin it. That's what'll happen. We know what will you do. Admit it. There'll be too much pressure. If everybody can get there, then everyone will. And that'll ruin some of these wild acreage, some of this wild land, wilderness land, wilderness sections of the forest are some of the coolest, like, because they don't get the pressure of every Yahoo and his four-wheeler. If Grandpa can get the razor to the deepest part of the forest, he will. And that's going to wreck your hunting and fishing and peace of mind. If you want to get out there, that's the cool thing about Wyoming. If you want to get away from it all, Pitch your tent somewhere you're guaranteed not to hear or see or smell another human being. That opportunity is there for you. But repealing the roadless rule could go a long way towards having every Tom, Dick, and Harry right there next to you. How did you get here? You know, you can hike for hours, miles, and get out in the middle of nowhere. It's just you and the bears and the elks and the mountain lions and the wolves. That's cool, man. That is great feeling to be able to do that in Wyoming's forest. But if you repeal the roadless rule and it's easier for everyone to then access some of these remote places with their mountain bike, their dirt bike and their ATV and their pickup truck, it's there is some downside to it. Now, as long as you still have areas that don't have roads at all, I'm all for not making any new roads. We got plenty that are in the forest now that they have a big old gate across them. That is frustrating. Some roads are closed and they're going back to their natural state. Like they're barely recognizable as a road anymore. And that's kind of cool. But some roads are perfectly good roads. And you know, Forest Service personnel and rangers and everybody else, they have the key to the gate and they go riding on it because you can see tire tracks have been there. But you and I can't go. We can't use our forest, us taxpayers who own that land. So many roads are closed by the Forest Service. Road closed. Perfectly good road that could take you somewhere cool. That's also frustrating. So I see both sides of it. Environmental groups, outdoor groups have pushed back against the idea of repealing the roadless rule of 2001, encouraging their members and the general public to go out and comment against rescinding the rule. Roadless areas, says Devin O'Day, are vital to Western hunting and angling. Devin O'Day is the Western Policy and Conservation Manager for backcountry hunters and anglers. He told Cowboy State Daily, some of these roadless places, the reason the reason they're so popular with hunters is because they're not pressured heavily. One hunter said, 9 out of the 10 trophy bulls I've gotten elk hunting have been in roadless areas because they don't get the hunting pressure. Or 10 out of 11, he said. That was his number. That was O'Day. Oftentimes, the farther you get from the road, the better the hunting is. These areas where you typically find more mature wildlife, better habitat, less hunting pressure, says O'Day. He recalled talking with an avid elk hunter who told him that 10 of the 11 bulls he's killed have been in roadless areas. Yeah, there still needs to be areas of the forest that are hard to get to. Otherwise, everyone will get to them. But there could be roads that would benefit from repealing the roadless rule like that are perfectly usable, and it's a waste to have a big old gate across them. So it's a little bit of both for me. I get it. Mark Hines has the story about where we are, the latest with that. U.S. Forest Service roadless rule has forbidden new road construction, which I think is okay. We got probably enough roads. It's the roads that are already closed, that are built and closed. For why? I don't know. Republican Congresswoman Harriet Hageman supports rescinding the roadless rule. She's all about that, believes it could open things up for the timber industry. Interesting story. Check that out. And the Cowboy State Daily, Mark Hines has it. On Wednesday, yesterday, U.S. Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins And Forest Service Chief Tom Schultz announced the first step towards rescinding the rule. The ball is rolling. Could open up 45 million acres of roadless areas in national forests across the West for possible new road construction. I'm for opening the roads we already got that I see closed. Wyoming has surpassed Texas in uranium production, now becoming the nation's number 2 uranium producer. Interesting. The number 1 is still Utah, but Wyoming is mining uranium like crazy, officially surpassing Texas to take the number 2 spot. Wyoming produced 92,595 pounds of uranium concentrate in the first quarter of this year. That's an impressive increase compared to last year, and it pushes Wyoming past Texas. They dug up only 69,000 pounds. Utah, that might be tough to catch them. In the first quarter of this year, they did 148,000 pounds plus of uranium. But uranium mining is back. You use it to feed those nuclear power plants, which are back. And suddenly Wyoming is poised to not only dig up uranium and feed these power plants, but we're going to make energy using nuclear. Exciting times for Wyoming. Rare earth mining also on the upswing with the push to wean ourselves from dependency on China and their stranglehold on rare earths. Wyoming is doing its thing. Wyoming projects are in the bullseye of America's urgent push for rare earth minerals. After decades of obscurity, America's rare earth industry is roaring back this summer, and Wyoming's on the forefront of that. 3 separate rare earth projects now underway across the Cowboy state. The state of Wyoming is at the forefront of this kind of developing area of mining, said Joe Evers. He's president of Wyoming Rare USA, a subsidiary advancing American rare earths in the Halleck Creek project. You remember when Secretary of Energy Chris Wright stopped by in Wyoming and said, rare earths, if you don't know what they are, they're basically everywhere. Everything in your life that has a button, said Chris Wright. From starting your car to your dishwasher, your refrigerator, your washing machine, your F-35 fighter jet, and who doesn't have one of those in the driveway? All these things have rare earth elements playing a critical role. And if you're buying it all from China, that's not good for the nation's economy. Why not dig up some rare earths here? China controls about 85% of the global rare earth processing. But this summer, operations are underway in Wyoming at Ranchester, Upton, an American rare earths mine outside of Wheatland, looking to cut into the China business and the China stranglehold on rare earths. I love it. Don Day will be here in a minute. We're going to talk about a very unique part of the Atlantic Ocean when we come back. Cowboy State Daily Show continues.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming. Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Don Day in the room. Day weather forecast. Don, what is the deal with the Sargasso Sea?
I don't know. Tell me.
I don't know either. I'm just learning about it. It's the only sea that doesn't have land borders. It's a region of the Atlantic where there's no wind, and the water's real calm and still and warm, and there's a perpetual zone of high atmospheric pressure on this part of the Atlantic called the Sargasso Sea.
Well, during certain times of the year, that's in a place that. Have you ever heard the term horse latitudes?
No.
Okay, so in the seafaring days, way back in old times when they were going back and forth across the Atlantic, you do have these dead spots where you don't have much wind. It's not like it's calm all the time, but there are certain times of year where there's light winds, and they're called the horse latitudes because the ships would go into these areas of calm winds, and they couldn't get any wind.
Yeah.
And a lot of times to make the ships lighter, they got rid of livestock.
Ooh.
And they went overboard.
Ouch.
Yes. A little factoid there. And
Don.
so that's that part of the Atlantic Ocean to where you can be calmed. And it's because of converging wind fields and those latitudes certain times of the year that does cause calm conditions. They're not calm all the year there.
Yeah.
But there are times a year where the winds are lighter.
You can be tooling along to the new Americas with Chris Columbus.
And then stop.
And then,
right.
And you're not moving, and it's zebras overboard. Oh, we just, an 8-year-old just canceled her subscription to the Cowboy State Daily Show. Just imagining horses being pushed off a boat. Thanks, Don.
You started it.
I didn't know about this part of the ocean, and I figured it had something to do with weather or affected weather. Everything's weather related, isn't it?
It is. Weather touches everything.
What's that doing touching us today? A little
there's
rain.
more wet touch. Boy, I tell you, there was some great rain yesterday in a lot of areas. and in areas that really, really need it. Not everybody, but we've got three more days where thunderstorms are going to be common. Today, the northern part of the state, but parts of the west will get back into the showers and thunderstorms again. There'll be a bit more spotty Friday. Then if we were to take a look at the 3-day weekend, Jake, the one day of the 3-day weekend where we do have thunderstorms around, especially in eastern Wyoming, will be Saturday. But by Sunday and Monday, drier, stable air comes in. And the last 2 days of the 3-day weekend look just marvelous. Just
good.
Really nice.
Okay. I like that. That'll work for me. Thanks, Don. Appreciate it. Have a great Thursday.
Watch out for those horse latitudes.
Oh, it's terrible news. I can't get that image out of my head now. Day weather forecast and the horse latitudes. I never even heard of the Sargasso Sea. So horse latitudes and that kind of pushing your horse overboard. That's news to me. That seems extreme. Golly. Let's get right back into the Zoom room, right back to it as we welcome in special guest, Dean Gemmell. We'll tell you Dean, how's everything today?
It's great, thanks. Appreciate you having me on and talking to the people of Wyoming.
They're never going to guess why we didn't really preview you too much. We wanted it to be a surprise. So it should be a surprise. Dean Gemmell is CEO of USA Curling. Since 2023, he's had that role. Curling, of course, the great sport of beer drinkers everywhere because you've got one free hand. You know the meme, the stereotype. But curling, super popular, obviously, in Canada and some of the cold European countries. But it's a growing thing in the USA. Dean, how are people like getting into curling? We're going to talk about different clubs where you'd be surprised. Sure. You're closer to curling than you think with all the organizations around. But is it growing in the US? Are we good at it?
Well, I'll tackle the first question. We're definitely growing. We have had, especially since, say, 2010, the Olympics provide a big boost to us every 4 years. We've had a number of new dedicated ice curling facilities. Those are facilities that have ice specifically for curling or only built for curling. And now that, as you see on the map, we have 2 of those in North Carolina. We have one in Arizona. We have one coming on stream in Dallas, Fort Worth. So it is growing, and our membership continues to go up. Probably over 100,000 people try the sport each year, at least once somewhere, right? And then we have the group that really wants to play recreationally once a week. An international level play, we are battling. We have some really great teams, but international high level curling, like the kind you'll see at the Olympics, is incredibly competitive, and the level of play is incredibly high. I was fortunate enough to play in a world championship in 2012, and when I look back at the level of play then to now, it's quite stark how much better it is. The players are younger, fitter, stronger, and we just our athletes are incredibly dedicated. But it's you could run a top curling event 4 different weekends and have a different winner each time. So you really have to just try to stay in the mix and hope you get hot at the right time.
All right, let's back up. And for the people who don't know curling or aren't familiar with it real well, let's explain what the sport is, what it's comprised of. We're talking about granite, what are called stones, and you're just sliding them. It's kind of like bocce ball on ice. It's and you got the sweepers and the scrapers. Like, explain who's on a team, who does what. There's a skipper, and what's going on in curling?
I love the knowledge you have there, and the fact everybody does sweeping the same way, and it's not really how we do it. So we have a sense of humor about our sport for sure. But so the game is each team gets 8 of those stones you're talking about to throw. The traditional game is 4-person teams. So you'll have a player at lead, a player at second, a player at third. Shockingly, they throw first 2, second 2, third 2 stones for their team. And then their skip is the player at the other end, sort of calling the game, strategizing, reading the ice because the ice changes and is different. And then the skip also throws the last 2 stones of each end, which means they throw the last shot to win a game. So they sort of have to have a mentality like, say, a relief pitcher in baseball, that they can handle that pressure and close it out. So that's the sweeping. What it does, it takes the rock further. It doesn't speed it up, but slows the rate of deceleration. So on good ice, 2 good brushers will take a rock 12 feet further than it would go without brushing. And it also can reduce or increase the amount of curl a stone does as it travels down the ice. Some people don't realize it's called curling because you put a rotation on it and it actually arcs as it goes down the sheet that's almost 150 feet long. So you always put some rotation on it, expecting it to curl one way or another. So, expecting it to curl, hopefully the way you put the rotation on. But there's a lot of complexity to it. I think a lot of people watch it during the Olympics and think you're just trying to put it in the center, which we call the button. There's way more strategy than that. The top players, the easiest shot for a top player is just to remove one from the rings. So there's lots of strategy about setting up stones, making your opponent's shots as difficult as possible.
Yeah, blocking, bumping somebody out when they got a nice position. And yet the curling aspect, that's where the name comes from. Who is the person who's like launching the rock? What are they called? The shooter? What are they?
Yeah, so we call them the thrower usually. The thrower. But everybody throws 2 stones per end in every game. So
right.
A lot of people think, you're just a brusher or you're a thrower. Yes. No, it just depends on the order. So your lead throws 1, then the other team's lead throws 1, then your lead throws 1, then their lead throws 1. Then it goes to the second, and they go back and forth. So a big thing is who has last rock in an end, for instance, because somebody has to have last rock. And there's a lot of strategies dictated by who has last rock in that end. And when you score points, you don't get last rock in the next end. So there's a lot of strategy around trying to have last rock in the last end. You can blank ends where there's no points scored. So there's a lot of thinking that goes into it that reveals itself as you watch and play the game more closely. I
did not realize I've just watched it, sure. I just have like some knowledge of it. I've seen it. And so I was under the impression there's only one dedicated thrower. That's your best at doing that. The person who's the best at releasing it, like really softly, but everybody's got to take a shot at that. So would you save your best thrower for last? Is that typically strategy or maybe?
Yeah, typically you're thinking your best thrower is your skip, the one who has to throw the last 2.
Okay.
But at the elite level, every player is a great thrower, right? But in club play, you're going to have your best thrower always throw last. But at the elite level, everybody's a great physical athlete. Like they know how to throw, they know how to make every shot. But the thing that separates is there's a mindset to skips that only a handful of the elite curlers have. So whoever the skip is, the best skips in any country, the best players want to play for them, right? So you're like, okay, I want to. This skip will win with this player. So that's always a big thing.
Yeah, and see, now I was also under the impression the thrower is the one that's kind of calling the shots because they know when they release the rock, they're like, oh, that's not going to have enough. Get going, sweepers. But it's a skip he's that fourth person who you don't necessarily see in the picture. Every time you see ESPN take a photo of curling, right. It's the release and then the 2 people working, either smoothing ice or roughing ice. But you don't see the skip who has the overarching view. And he's like, bring it this way or sweep or scrape. Like he's calling the shots, he or she, yeah?
Yeah, you're observant in that you'll notice that everybody is talking during every shot. So the thing that's interesting about curling is a sheet of curling ice, each one will be different. It'll change even during a game. So the skip's job is is a big part of it is reading the ice. So if you're taking one out, say in the middle of the rings, you don't throw the rock directly at it because you'll miss it. So the skip is giving them a target with his broom or her broom. You're aiming at that target. You're trying to get it come out of your hand straight, but rotating on a line. So that's, and if the ice is right, the weight is right, the throw is right, you make the shot. So sometimes you'll hear a thrower say something out of his or her hand. They'll say, I was a little tight, which means they're inside the broom. So then they're suggesting to the brushers to sweep to reduce the amount of curl. You'll hear somebody say, whoa, which means they're probably a little wide of the broom on the outside of it at the throw. So that's a lot of the communication. And the yelling people get a kick out of, but what we're really doing is communicating very enthusiastically to our teammates. It's all communication. We're not mad. We're just yelling because we're trying to be enthusiastic.
Well, there has to be some kind of hockey-ish background for this Canadians. That would yelling, and anytime you're given a stick on the ice, we all know what to do with that as good Canadians. Hooking, slashing, stuff like that. Wow, there's a lot more to it than I thought. We're talking to Dean Gemmell, CEO, the new CEO of USA Curling since 2023. This organization, founded in 1958, headquartered in, you guessed it, Eden Prairie, Minnesota. Got to be Minnesota. Tell me about, let's get really into the nitty-gritty details, the ice. You talked about dedicated ice surfaces. What kind of ice do that? I've seen them going with the hand Zamboni, the hand ice cleaner. For hockey, for instance, hockey players like the ice hard and fast, cold. Figure skaters like it a little softer so they can take off and land a little smooth. And how do you like ice? How do you like your ice in curling?
So our ice is basically entirely different than skating ice. And we have severe OCD about ice because if the ice conditions aren't great, it brings more luck into the game. So at the highest levels, ice conditions are a constant topic of discussion. So we actually have a device we have great names for things, but we call it the scraper. And it's basically what you saw. It's sort of like a size of a snowblower and has a big blade on the front of it. So we scrape the ice and then we go down with a shower head type device to pebble the ice. So the ice ends up with a texture sort of like an orange peel. And if it's completely flat, the rock itself, which has this really thin running surface, won't really go at all. So it needs that bit of, reduction in friction, I guess. It's bizarre, quite frankly, how it all developed. But we are, So when I talk about dedicated ice, like the club in Casper, they'll play on the skating ice. They would love to have their own facility because what they do is they go out on skating ice, they prep it as best they can, but it's never as good no matter what the rink tries to do for them, which is often a lot. But and our ice has to be perfectly flat. You get the curl from the stones. It doesn't matter if a hockey sheet, if the dip's in the corner, right? But if we have any dip, that's where the rock's going to end up. So we have a chief ice technician at USA Curling. It's a big deal about who gets appointed at international events to make the ice. So quite a bit different. And if you stepped on the ice, you'd notice it right away.
I could see that because, it reminds me, maybe a football game where you have a really talented team with a lot of speed. They want to play on artificial turf indoors. And if you play outside and it's a rainy, snowy, muddy day, it dumbs the game down to everybody's level. The skill doesn't shine. So I could see where ice is a big deal in curling for sure.
I mean, the example I often use is I would always lose to Tiger Woods in a putting contest if we were at Augusta, but I might be able to compete with him if we were putting in a football field, right? So on normal grass. So that's sort of the difference.
Yeah, I could see that. What else did I want to talk about? How about on your website, which by the way, what is your website? I was just on it.
I'll give a shout out. usacurling.org is our website. We also have an online store there. We're full of Columbia gear and other stuff. I'll make that pitch.
Yeah, and I've already ordered my Steel and Stone t-shirt. I love it, man. So check out that website. You will see one section where you can find it's under, you're closer to curling than you think. Find a club near you. I found one. I was surprised. They do curling right over the hill, right up. I could be there in a half hour. Teton Curling Club at Kotler Arena in Driggs, Idaho. I did not know that. Cool.
I think one of the things I'll just mention is the club-based nature of our sport. I mean, one of the reasons, not only in terms of the ice area in a curling club, but every curling club is built with a lounge area behind it, so people can watch through glass at room temperature. The ice area is usually more like 40 degrees. It's sort of an essential part of the business model in curling that you have a bar. There's also usually a kitchen. One of the great things about curling, and this even sometimes happens at the elite level, but not as much, of course, but at the rec level, for instance, if I play at my home club, I live in New Jersey, but if I play at the Plainfield Curling Club, and I lose, the winner, we sit around a table for 8 people, and the winner buys the first round, and then I'm expected to reciprocate. So it's not just about drinking alcohol either. I think the key thing there is we're an incredible community space, and curling attracts such a diverse range of people. And we see, this might sort of sound all woo-woo here, but we see so many, discussions online that are not helpful. And I really find that when we can get people together in that environment, it really makes a difference. And you really start to build a community and find a way past differences. So we're big on promoting anybody, any city, state, private developer interested in a recreational facility. We bring a lot to a community. We're a great third space.
On that subject of community and what it's like to be in the culture of curling, even just for a moment, I don't want to get political, but I do notice on a lot of your social presence, there's this real intentional effort to say curling's for everybody. There'll always be a place for anyone, whether it's diversified teams, mixed gender teams, wheelchair curling, or transgender athlete curling, all encompassing, all inclusionary. Now there's, political pressure to do away with DEI, and Curling USA USA Curling has had to comply, but still is that a thing? It does seem to be, you're going out of your way, Dean, to make a statement that we're for everybody. We're accepting all.
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to what I said before. We think we are great spaces for people, and we do want to be a sport for everyone. 95% of our players will play it socially, like I do now, with a beer in the back, and it's a great place to see friends that you might not make otherwise. So we are committed to being as inclusive as we possibly can. There is a political environment that we don't need to get into that does make some of that challenging, but we are, I think you'll find at our clubs that they're incredibly welcoming. We admit that we have work to do on most curlers look a lot like me, for instance. So we have work to do there, and some of that stems from where the sport first started. But I think most people will find if they walk into a curling club, and I'd invite you, if you're near one, whether it's an arena club or a dedicated ice club, go. Especially during the Olympics, chances are somebody will welcome you, show you how to play. It's also a great corporate event. I mean, if you want to take your team out, for a corporate event, it's a fantastic bonding experience.
Yeah, it's fun just to do it socially, doing it competitively, and doing it for maybe the Olympics. I was surprised to see in your photo gallery, your online, the youth. There's a lot of young faces. Let's talk about the Olympic team, the USA team, Winter Olympics. How are we looking? Who are some of the names, and what role does USA Curling have in promoting this sport all the way up to the level of Olympic champions? Let's get a gold here.
Yeah, great question. We are the national governing body for the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee, and also for so we do men's, women's, junior elite curling, and wheelchair curling, and there's a two-person discipline now called mixed doubles. So we have qualified for the Olympics in mixed doubles. There's a team, Corey Dropkin and Corey Tisi. They're very young. They were world champions in 2023. So that's the curling discipline that kicks off at the Olympics. It actually starts, I think, 2 days before the opening ceremonies. So really feel good about them being there. They've won in the international level before. They really get that version of the game. And the four-person game, men's and women's, John Schuster won the 2018 gold medal. He's still at it. He's looking to go to his 6th Olympics, and is probably, if you were better, you might say he's favored. And then on the women's side, we have Tabitha Peterson's team has been to a lot of world championships. In addition, we have 3 teams, other teams will be in our trials, and they're all very capable of both winning the trials and doing well at the Olympics. And they're young. Team Casper, for instance, will be at the trials. Very good team, very young. We'll have our trials in Sioux Falls, South Dakota in November. The winner of that will go to the Olympic qualifying event to qualify for the Olympics. So, there's a lot of pressure on these teams this year to really, step up and play well. We were off to a great start. We had a good weekend in Scotland for our team. So yeah, and you're right about the youth. I mean, I played in the 2013 Olympic trials and I was 45, which I don't think we'll ever see again. It's just, I was too old. So it's a lot younger. And we want part of our effort during the games too is attract more teenage athletes. I would love to get the high school kid who plays baseball, maybe realizes he's not going to be Brandon Nimmo, wants to play another sport. Mets, Wyoming reference there. So
I saw that.
but we're a great sport to if you're athletic, get into it and you can pick it up at 15, 16 and get good and do well.
Yeah, the athleticism. I just, I didn't really see that, but that's important. You got to be in shape, athletic. I look at these photos and watch the videos. There is athleticism to it for sure. Dean Gemmell, CEO of USA Curling, and we're excited for this sport growing across the United States, and it's chess on ice. One last thing, Dean, what's bonspiel? Sure. What's a bonspiel?
Yeah, we have no shortage of odd words in curling.
I know.
It's a tournament. We could have gone with tournament.
Okay, tournament.
Hundreds of years ago, we could have gone with tournament, but we decided to go with bonspiel, so we continue to call them bonspiels. Which is great. It's a tournament, and there's different levels of those. Most tournaments, most of our clubs, our member clubs, will run 3 or 4 bonspiels a year. Big gatherings of people come together from different places to play. So they're great. And when you get really into curling, you start bonspieling. So you start hitting the road to play in those.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Dean, happy bonspieling curling to you. Thanks for coming on. I just mind blown. I'm fascinated by curling. The more I don't know, the more I want to know, and the more I learn, I realize I'm way off being ready for the Olympics. So it might be too late for me, but not for you. If you were listening in with Dean Gemmell, USA Curling. Thanks, Dean.
Appreciate that. Not too late for you to join a league and really enjoy it recreationally, though. So.
I mean, I play hockey, but I'm starting to age out of that. Maybe I'm going to transition to curling, a little less.
So, real quick, I played hockey until and then still played men's rec hockey. Played hockey till when the NHL dream died. I went across the street to the curling club. So, we don't wear skates. That's the only thing. A lot of people think we wear skates. We actually don't. We're not on skates.
Yeah, so. And I've noticed the footwear it's all over the map, it seems. There's no necessarily one great ice shoe. Everybody's got their own version of it looks like what they wear.
Yeah, there's a few major brands that supply footwear a lot of players wear, and then there's some custom shoes. Basically, you have one shoe that's Teflon. Teflon material is super slippery, and the other shoe is like a crepe rubber that grips the ice. So they're quite specific shoes.
Yeah. Fascinating. All
right.
Curling, thanks, Dean. Have a great Thursday.
Hey, you too. Thanks very much for having me on.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Quick break, and we'll get right in here with Jackie Dorothy after this.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
Can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily, and we get into the Zoom room again, into the discussion. Jackie Dorothy. Jackie, you're not going to believe this. How this all works together is so weird. It's like something was orchestrated. This day in history, which I haven't done yet, but I will soon on the show. This day in history, August 28th, 1904. Prisoners in Laramie's jail were broken out and lynched by a crowd. Also on this day in history, the charter for Jackson, Wyoming's Masonic Lodge 48 was granted, 1929. So Freemason and lynching, and it all comes together in one of your stories. Crazy. Wyoming history, that time when 400 coal miners went all vigilante to hang a Freemason in Glen Rock. What the heck? 1899, Jackie.
It is so true, and it is a fun story because it was actually a quelled riot. But what happened is it became the Masons, the Freemasons against the coal miners. And to give you the little bit of the backstory, a coal miner was murdered by a Freemason. And you had the town of Glen Rock was on the murderer's side. And they tried to paint this coal miner as this bully, as, you know, he wasn't quick to fight, but he would fight when he was in a fight. And it just, the whole tables were turned on the coal miners, and they saw justice not being served. I mean, everyone knew this guy did it. He murdered James Barker. I'm going to get that name right.
Yeah.
And it was John Blessing, that shot him. But suddenly, even though the street was full of people when the murder happened, no one saw a thing, and the guy walked. And so the coal miners were going to take matters into their own hand. I mean, wouldn't you?
Yeah, when you don't see justice done, sometimes, yeah. They went all vigilante. 1899. The victim, James Barker. The shooter, John Blessing. So they got John Blessing and strung him up?
They did not.
Oh.
So what we'll do is we'll back up to the very beginning of the story.
Yeah.
So John Blessing and the Barker family, they're all neighbors. And Blessing was running a herd of sheep. And he said the kid's dog was barking at his sheep. And the family said, they're just barking. He's not doing anything to the sheep. And they had an argument. Well, Blessing had one of his men shoot the dog. It came running home. And they're like, it was barely wounded. It was nothing to be upset about. But it was his kid's dog.
Yeah.
And they said there was no proof that this dog was killing sheep. So a fight happened in Glen Rock. They met up in front of the post office. And Blessing started saying stuff to Barker, and words were exchanged. Well, Barker, being a coal miner, is very strong. So and the blacksmith must have been strong too, because that's what Blessing was. He was a blacksmith.
Ooh.
Well, they got into the fight. Blessing was pulled out because Barker was winning and sent home. And this is where the story starts to change. Everybody admits, yes, there was this fight. It was over the barking dog. But Blessing did shout out, "You're going to get it." And he did threaten him. 10 minutes later, Barker is sitting in the back of the post office reading a letter. His wife is the stories vary. She's either over his shoulder looking at it, but all the stories say that Dora was right there and a shot came through the window and hit Barker. And he didn't die immediately. He died over time. But there was all these busy people and not a single one on those streets saw or claimed to see who the murderer was. So that sets it up for you.
They didn't want, nobody wanted to get involved, probably.
Right.
Okay.
Small western town of Glen Rock. And the headlines, by the way, I thought were interesting. It was like another murder, another shooting. So
yeah.
And we're looking at this. It's 1899. This is the same time as the hole in the wall gang is running around. You got the train robberies. You got bank robberies. So here's another shooting that happened in Glen Rock. And lead up to it, they know who the murderer is. They arrest him. They put him in jail in Douglas. And then word is immediately out. He's going to be acquitted. There's no way. And the newspapers are painting this picture of how great Blessing is. And at the same time, Barker is being painted as a bully, as nothing but a brawler. And so you start to get it that it's being judged in the paper. It's being judged in town. They've already acquitted Blessing. And so that's when the coal miners came together and they said, well, we're going to take justice in our own hands.
Wow.
So I think what's exciting is that when you look at this is an actual event that happened in our own town, and it only happened a few generations back. You know, it was my great-grandfather. Your grandfather could have been part. My dad's grandfather was alive during all this. And
yeah.
So then what happened is Dora McGrath, or Dora Barker at the time, the young widow, went to the coal miners and said, it's not going to bring Jim back. And in fact, your families will then suffer. My family's already suffering. I'm a widow, 4 young kids to raise. And so she was able to convince these 400 miners to back down. So there was no lynching this time. But she did point out at the end that Blessing immediately left town as soon as he was acquitted and was never heard from again.
Yeah, it was probably a good move, John.
Yes.
Writing was on the wall. 1899, Wyoming history, that time when coal miners and the blacksmith and things could have got, way worse. Crazy to think about. It wasn't that long ago. You're right. I mean, 1899.
I looked back at it and it was like, that was the time my great-grandfather was born in 1860. But then to even put it in more perspective, that's my dad's grandpa. And sometimes it amazes me how close we are to that history, especially that outlaw history. It wasn't that long ago in Wyoming.
The Wyoming was lawless. Meanwhile, in London, there were refined parties, and and in Wyoming, we were hanging each other. I know. That is crazy. How about
lynching in Laramie? This day in history. Who would have thought?
Yeah, in 1904, like 5 years later. Darren Clifford of Lander. Darren has the firebug. He's got reasons why he can't get too close to wildfires, but he still wants to be involved. Great profile on this guy.
This was fun. I started this off because I loved his website. I thought, this is amazing what this guy is doing. And if you go to, I kept trying to rename it, by the way, to Operation Firebug, because in my head, that's what it should be.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's capturing the firebug. And it was just a great Facebook page where you're able to get up-to-date information from people all over the United States with wildfires. And I found out the guy was just there in Lander. And so I was able to contact him and found out his real story. And that's where the heartstrings start pulling. And when you realize the guy behind this page isn't just some computer jock. I mean, that's what he is now. But before that, he was out there fighting the wildland fires.
Yeah, great story. Darren Clifford, who was once, big-time firefighter, now 42 years old, and he's got lung damage, needs a lung transplant from all the smoke inhalation, but still wants to...
He did say it's a common story, and when you start digging into it, you're like, wow, there is a high rate of cancer and lung and death among kids in their 20s, 30s, and 40s.
I'm sure, yeah. Those on the front lines, and you do a lot of that, yeah. I'm sure that is something we don't hear enough about. All right, Jackie, fantastic stories. Thanks for sharing them with us on this Thursday.
All right, we'll get some more to you.
Okay, have a great day.
You too. See ya.
Cowboy State Daily Show rolling along on Thursday, August 28th. And thanks for joining us. We're on radio stations across the state. Maybe that's where you're listening to us. Howdy, KRAE in Cheyenne. Hello, KTUG in Riverton, KJAX in Jackson, KYDT in Sundance, and KGOS in Torrington. These are some of the stations carrying the Cowboy State Daily Show. Available on demand. Run it back in the archive wherever you find your favorite podcast. We'll be back with more after top of the hour news break for our affiliates.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Recent steps by the Trump administration and Wyoming are a lifeline for Wyoming's shrinking timber industry. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that those steps may be too little too late for what remains of the state's family-owned lumber businesses.
I wanted to see how are our lumber mill industry, timber industries doing since all these changes have come along? Are they feeling confident about the future? Really, they're in such bad shape. They're selling more timber now, sure. But when they go through and start cutting that timber, half of it's dead. They've got so much beetle kill and so forth out there in the forests that the quality of the timber is much less than it used to be. It's a lot of moving parts and a lot of things that need to happen, and they're not out of the proverbial woods yet.
To get back to an economically viable level of production, Wyoming lumber producers say they would need to see roughly twice as much timber for sale next year. Casper police evacuated 2 businesses late Wednesday afternoon and then were able to negotiate the surrender of a man on the 2nd floor of the building whom his mother said is wanted for murder. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck spoke to a woman walking around the building who identified herself as Robin Behan, the suspect's mother. She said her son's name was Alejandro Behan and that he had gone back home to Riverton for a visit and said, quote, "It turns out he was wanted for homicide."
I was able to talk to this individual's mother who said that she didn't know that he was wanted for homicide. She thought he was wanted for a probation violation, and she encouraged him to surrender to the police, but he apparently didn't do that, and the police showed up in big numbers. And according to another witness, they used a megaphone speaking in English and Spanish, and then he later saw this individual being walked out in handcuffs.
A Casper Police Department spokesperson confirmed the department executed a felony arrest warrant in the area near Veterans Park off of 2nd Street. Wyoming has officially surpassed Texas in uranium production, marking a dramatic turnaround for an industry that's languished for decades under depressed prices and foreign competition. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke to industry experts who say that Wyoming's current production levels are just the beginning of what promises to be an explosive growth period.
They're predicting that the current production rate, which is around 92,000 pounds of uranium each quarter, is what Wyoming is producing right now. That could jump to 1 million pounds a quarter in the coming years and put Wyoming at the top of the heap as the leading uranium producer, surpassing Utah. And so there's a huge opportunity there for Wyoming to fill in that need, that demand.
Wyoming currently has 3 active uranium mines ramping up production, with a 4th project in the Shirley Basin expected to come online before year's end. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking for something truly unforgettable? Head to the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive every night beginning at 8. From bucking broncs to bull rides, it's America's original night rodeo right here in Cody, Wyoming.
A rodeo the world.
It's family fun, wild rides, and true Western excitement under the lights. Cody is rodeo.
Since 2001, the U.S. Forest Service's roadless rule has forbidden new road construction on national forests across Wyoming's high country. On Wednesday, U.S. Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins and Forest Service Chief Tom Schultz announced the first step towards rescinding that rule. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that could open up 45 million acres of roadless areas on national forests across the West for possible new road construction, including vast swaths of some of Wyoming's premier high country, such as the Wyoming Range and the Bighorn Mountains.
There are some people who are enthusiastic about that. Congresswoman Harriet Hagman from Wyoming has expressed very enthusiastic support for that, as she sees that it would help along with our logging industry and mitigating fire risks. But I heard today from some people that are pushing back against it, like Trout Unlimited, backcountry hunters and anglers, organizations like that, that are saying, hey, not so fast. They're saying that just a blanket across the board elimination of the roadless rule could possibly mess up really good wildlife conservation and hunting and fishing areas.
The Forest Service will publish the notice of intent to rescind the roadless rule in the Federal Register on Friday. That will open a public comment period scheduled to last until September 19th. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're back and waiting on Mark Hines to pop in with us. There he is. I heard the doorbell. You get Mark in here and see what he's flying the brown and gold. Big ball game tonight. Cowboys. Yeah. Who are the Akron Zips, Mark?
I have no idea.
Nobody does.
It's getting.
Is this a real college team or I don't know, but
never heard of them. But yeah, no, I'm just it's getting close to laundry day for me, so I had to dip into my UW swag from my old job.
What are you? I mean, that should be top of the list. That's the first thing in the hamper.
It's a nice shirt.
Yeah, it is. All right.
What little bit of short sleeve weather we got left here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's looking like that. A little chilly this weekend, Labor Day weekend, but I think we're going to rebound some. I'm kind of 50-50, 1 foot in each camp with the roadless rule. I'm frustrated when I see roads closed by the Forest Service and I can't get access when there's a perfectly good road there. Yet I get it that, you know what, if every Tom, Dick, and Harry can get their razor to a place in the backcountry, then it's going to get too much pressure. It's going to get ruined. So
you're right. You're right. Yeah, it's like
tough.
Remember that old Eagles song? They call someplace paradise, kiss it goodbye.
Oh,
yeah. I think you're pointing out that principle. When everybody can, everybody does, and then everybody decides to go get away from the hustle and bustle of the city, and they just recreate it up in the mountains. So yeah, there's that side, and then of course there's the other side of the story too, like you just said, the frustration of not being able to mitigate fuels for potential wildfires, not being able to put out wildfires. So, this could blow up into the next big land use debate. It could, well, I guess we'll see. I mean, they're gonna, file it in the record and open the public comment period on Friday. So we'll have to see how those comments go, what people have to say.
Yeah. It's going to be, it's super complex. You talked in your story to an ex-forester. We talked to the state forester, first female state forester, Kelly Norris, yesterday on the show. She's super smart.
Yeah. I always, whenever I've been to a couple meetings in person and then watched some meeting, like legislative meetings and such on Zoom where she participates. And she always has interesting things to say. And that's, of course, my dad was a forester, so I'm kind of a little bit nerdy about that stuff. So that job right there is tough because you've got so many different people tugging in different directions at you. Managing the that's a hard job, man. Yeah.
I know we did. There was a time when we in Wyoming we did try using sterilization, birth control, darting, and stuff like that in Wyoming. I know we tried it. It's tougher to do in Wyoming than it is maybe in Colorado, where you explain that.
Yeah. Yeah, there are still some critics who say, Wyoming isn't doing enough. I mean, Jenny, the one source I use, did point out that it's proven effective in the McCullough Peaks herd because that's a smaller herd that's in a specific place where they have specific watering holes and they know where to find them. And regardless of what people think about it, the people that are actually doing it, they say that that's important. You have to know who the mares are. It's just, it's like keeping up with vaccination records on your dogs. You have to know who's had their shots and who needs them. And, so it takes dedication. It takes boots on the ground time, watching the horses, knowing which horse is which horse. And, you got to catch them at the right time because as the one person pointed out, if they go into heat and, couple with a stallion, you might not get the medication to them in time, and then they're going to have another foal. And so it's a full-time job. It sounds like, keeping up with all those mares. And, but a lot of you are right. A lot of people really like it because they see it as a better alternative to those, roundups. A lot of people don't like the roundups.
Right. And this seems like in theory to be a good idea on paper, but the application of it is,
the same as with just about any idea. In other words,
it's a great idea.
Everything sounds easy until you, Like, you ever go out to your garage, Jake, and go, I'll get this done in 15 minutes, and then 5 hours later.
Your wife is calling you for dinner. Where have you been? I know. Yeah. We all get there. Your story about folks who use that popular GPS service on their phone, the Onyx Hunt. I personally don't use Onyx just because I don't like doing something on my phone. I don't feel I like to use a dedicated, like a Garmin GPS. But boy, everybody uses that Onyx, and
I've used it. It's pretty handy. But I mean, the company itself is not just Onyx, but any of those companies. They make it crystal clear. This isn't illegal. Weed is not supposed to settle legal property disputes.
Yeah.
It's a guide. It's to help you, find places and get through places, and I thought it was funny how that one old game warden said that guys would tell him they weren't trespassing, and he'd pull up their Onyx and he'd turn on the tracking mode, which showed exactly where they'd walked.
Yeah.
So they told on themselves, but
right.
And then those guys were obviously purposefully cheating, and that's not the app's fault. That's the guys are trying to cover up their own lies, and then it bites them in the hind end. But yeah, no, I agree with you. Those things are really handy, but I think the one Buzz, the one hunter, said he said I always give myself an ample buffer zone between myself and a property line for a variety of reasons. For nothing else, if you shoot something, It's not like always in the movies where they fall over dead. Sometimes they go a ways, and if they go onto private property, then you can't. If you have to get permission from that landowner, if they don't want to give it, which is it's their right to not give it, then you're hosed. That animal's gone. So there are. There's and that's just the way the law is. And the honest, the burden is on the hunter. You have to know where you are. There's no excuses. Period.
Yeah.
It's your responsibility to know where you are at all times and to stay off of people's private property unless you have permission. So, and Garmin helps, but it's not it's not the panacea. It's not going to solve all your problems. So yeah.
We're talking to Mark Hines, his story, August 25th, a popular hunting app or any real app that purports to tell you where you are, those GPS wayfinders. I prefer the Garmin. I don't like to use my phone because I want to save my phone in case I need it, like to make some kind of emergency call. But no matter what you're using, you're right. The satellites will tell you within some feet, within some yards, give or take.
Yeah, they're pretty darn accurate. But if you want to split hairs in court over a trespassing case, if you're having a property line dispute with your neighbor, that's not going to work. You got you got to go to the USGS or something like that.
Yeah.
So.
I know beef tallow, all the craze in restaurants. My local Mexican restaurant is all happy to announce that they've done away with vegetable oil. They're going to fry everything in beef tallow. Beef tallow is everywhere now. I didn't know it was a topical for skincare, and I'd be careful using it in Grizz country.
I apparently, because they say that Grizz, if I understand correctly, there isn't even a dog breed that can even come close to matching the sense of smell that bears and grizzlies in particular have. So that's old Chuck Neal, who's does a lot of hiking, a lot of solo hiking in grizzly country. He said, I don't put anything, he used the word odiferous. I don't put anything odiferous on my body when I go out there because, grizzlies, they're just, that's what guides them is their sense of smell. That's how they find food. And I would be hesitant to go out there smelling like beef.
A bear's nose, yes, is legendary. Yeah, up to when the wind conditions are right, up to 5 miles away, they can track down a
easy,
scent. Whether it's that beef tallow scrubbed face or your beef jerky in your pocket, they smell you coming. Be careful.
Yep.
Throwing the stock. True hunting is bow hunting. Archery season open around the state, and you talk to some bow hunters who, they explain how it's different. High-tech rifles now, you're taking, 300-400 yard shots like it's nothing, but bow hunters, they got to get up close. And they got to throw it a creep. They got their stalks. That's hunting, man.
Yeah. I've never done it. I've known a lot of archery hunters, and I greatly admire them. But that's cool. And it's also, it gives you more opportunity because you can start hunting sometimes a month or more before the rifle guys can go out. And you can also hunt elk during the rut where, they can be called in. But, as the one guy pointed out, even when you call an elk in, unless the conditions are just right and that thing's standing in just the right space and you don't have any branches or anything in your way, you're still not getting the shot. You can call an elk within to 40 yards and still not get a clear shot at it. And that's the level of patience that involves.
Yeah.
Imagine that working all day to get a big old bull elk to come in, and then you just have to sit there and look at him because you can't get that shot. And, so...
It is different kind of hunting, old school hunting. You're talking about 40, 50 yard shots is what you got to get for.
40 or 40, 50.
The season opened this early. Also, another aspect, and one of your sources touched on it, is finding the game. Like this time of year, these animals still up high. They're still out there. Most of your archery, your bow hunting is hiking, man. You got to go a long way to find animals.
Got to put some miles on the boots or know a good wallow or know a good watering hole.
Yeah.
And my old man, when he got older, decided he wanted more of a challenge. Found out that his rotor cuffs were too far gone to pull a bow. So he switched to a flintlock rifle.
Oh, wow.
And he said that, traditional cap and ball flintlock or patch and ball flintlock. And he said that really didn't have much more range than a modern bow. But he said even I have an advantage over bow hunters because I can go prone. So you can't go prone with a bow.
True.
But yeah,
and my preferred, essentially, when I hunt, I haven't hunted for a while, but when I did, I was open sights, lever action, 16-inch barrel. It was essentially bow hunting. Like I can't take a shot outside of 100 yards and be sure of it. I had to get close.
Is that your cat in the background?
Yeah, he got to go, and we got to go.
All right.
Throw him outside.
You have a good one.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after the cat attack, the cataract. This cat's got to go outside in the rain. We'll be right back with more special guests and stuff you don't want to miss. Coming back at you.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Yowza! Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday. I had Mike Stevens with us for a second, and then he went away. Hopefully we'll get Mike Stevens in, special guest. He's the rancher opposed to that wind energy project, Pronghorn. That'll be an interesting discussion. Elsewise, I guess we could do this day in history in absence of Mike until we wait for him to get in. This day in history is August 28th. These things happen. As I mentioned with Jackie previously, it's so weird about how history played into one of her stories. Very weird. This day in history, 1767. Boy, that takes you back. Hugo O'Connor became the ad interim governor of the Spanish-Mexican province of Texas. Way back, 1767. 1865, Fort Connor was established by General Patrick Connor. The fort was renamed Fort Reno for the late Major General Jesse L. Reno later that year. The fort was abandoned. By 1868, just 3 years later, in fact, 3 years to the day, as we see on this day, August 28th, 1868, Fort Reno abandoned. So just 3 years it lasted. This day in 1890, gold strike reported near Lander. There's gold in them there hills in Lander. 1904, prisoners in Laramie's jail were lynched by an angry crowd of vigilantes. Are vigilantes ever happy by a happy crowd of vigilantes? No, there's always fervor. 1929, this day, the charter for the Jackson Masonic Lodge, number 48, was granted. Salvage of tin cans began this day in Cheyenne, 1943. Of course, World War II rationing efforts. And on this day in 1963, this is the day that Martin Luther King delivered his I Have a Dream speech. It happened at a large rally in Washington, D.C. This day, 1863. All these things happen on this day in history. Mike, come back. Where'd you go? Mike Stevens was in here. Maybe Mike Stevens is a real rancher, so maybe his use of Zoom is limited. No shame, Mike. My knowledge of Zoom is very limited as well. I never know which buttons to push. I have Zoom issues also. Let's go to the Western Ag Network on the Rodeo Roadshow. Will Rasmussen has it for us. Will, what's going on at Rodeo?
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from the Magic Valley Stampede in Twin Falls County, Idaho. Labor Day weekend, a huge rodeo weekend. And is summer over? Football's about to start, but we are also in the last month of the regular season of professional rodeo. A race to the National Finals Rodeo. We'll talk about the coming weekend coming up.
Cattle Producers Western Video Market is headed to the Sandhills. That's right, they'll be broadcasting their next sale live from the historic Haythorne Ranch in Ogallala, Nebraska on Tuesday, September 16th. However, the consignment deadline is fast approaching. If you want to be in the catalog, it's this Thursday, August 28th, so contact your local Western Video Market rep today. For more information, visit WVMCattle.com or call 530-347-3793.
Whether you are in-store or on the go, Western Ranch Supply makes it easy to get what you need. With our monthly delivery service, Western Ranch Supply takes the convenience of online shopping and provides a door-to-door experience you can trust. Unable to stop by one of our Billings or Great Falls locations? No problem. We provide delivery to all of Montana, Wyoming, and parts of North Dakota. Just call us for specific times and dates of delivery or visit us online at westernranchsupply.com. Western Ranch Supply, serving the big country.
It's a huge rodeo weekend, Labor Day. Some of us deem that the summer is over now and school has started or is about to start. And the rodeo regular season is winding down to the last 30 to 35 days. So we will see. Going on this weekend, Elk City, Oklahoma is going on. My good friend Wayne Brooks down there doing the announcing chores. But the Northwest is where things are really happening. I said I'm in Filer, Idaho, the Magic Valley Stampede, just adjacent to Twin Falls, Idaho. Walla Walla, Washington is a major going on this weekend. Dillon, Montana. White Sulphur Springs, Montana. Plains, Montana. Evanston, Wyoming. And Ellensburg is one of the crown jewels of the Labor Day weekend. So all those guys are hitting those rodeos. They're within driving distance. People like this time of year in professional rodeo. Although there are a few overnight drives, it's not driving across country. So Labor Day, not only the end of summer, it sparks the final month of the regular season of professional rodeo. We'll keep an eye on it for you, and we'll have a good time down here in Filer, Idaho. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
All right, from rodeo to ranching. That's us. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here on a Thursday. Mike Stevens into the discussion. Mike, you may recognize his name as he's been right in the center, in the eye of the storm that is Pronghorn 2, the development, the wind development, wind energy. A lot of people are opposed to this, a lot of pushback on this, and Mike Stevens at the forefront. Mike, thanks for coming on. So let's get into some reasons why you don't think this is a good idea. One of them I didn't even think about. I mean, for one thing, a lot of people don't like wind turbines. They don't like to see wind turbines. You don't want them as your neighbor. Some people talk about the noise. They do make noise. And you just, the view shed, you just don't want to see them. But for you, it's more than that. You say, what about the protected sage grouse? And you talk about how any kind of chicken, any kind of bird that's like walking around on the ground, when he sees a shadow overhead, what does he think it is? A predator. I haven't heard of this. Is there actual studies to back this up? Is this a real thing? Like, these wind turbines do slaughter how many birds hitting them? And then what about this? Do sage grouse just not even want to be around wind turbines?
Yeah, I think there's some studies out there. And I think the big thing is they just get so much anxiety when that happens that they're, especially in their breeding grounds, which is the elects, that they get so stressed they'll either leave the area or they won't breed, which is worse, because then it just keeps declining. It's been declining for years.
Yeah, and we know. I mean, there's efforts to help the sage grouse, habitat set aside for them, and despite all the efforts, I mean, the sage grouse still struggling, the population, and this could be disturbing elect. Have you heard anything from Paul Martin from Focus Clean Energy regarding this aspect of it? You brought it up. Have they said anything like, they're all right for sage grouse? What?
No, all they've really said is they'll follow all the rules, is what they said. But they haven't, because if you look at the state land board, they failed to go by their own order. Mark Gordon signed an executive order, sage grouse. And it's not just a headline; it's a binding, and it requires agencies like the State Land Office to prioritize maintenance and enhancement of greater sage grouse habitat and populations within core areas. And this is a core area, part of a core area. And then the order declares that commercial wind and solar development is not recommended in greater sage grouse population areas. So they failed to follow their own rules.
Yeah. All right. There's the sage grouse aspect. You're talking about that state land board that voted 4-1. Of course, Secretary of State Chuck Ray, pretty much anti-wind. He did not go along with it. We're talking with Mike Stevens, Converse County, longtime generational rancher. Another reason to be opposed to wind turbines you brought up is another thing that I did not know about, and you and your lawyer brought up, that this project is not going to feed Wyoming's energy grid, and therefore is not going to be taxed that way. It's not going to be, we're not going to get our revenue. We're getting cheated here on this.
Yes, and the other part is it says in the wind leases they have to hook to the grid, where they're not going to hook to the grid, so they're not following the rule there either. So it can go on for other things. This is going to be in-house. They're going to make their own money off their own thing. So and it's hard to sell what the taxes really will be.
Yeah. All right. Another reason to be skeptical. At the public meetings we've seen about this, you and your neighbors and a lot of people came out. They just don't want this for the most part. Is it a case of NIMBYism? If we do like wind, and there are some people who think wind, sustainable energy, like there are places for it. Wyoming certainly has a lot of wind. Why not harness it and turn it into energy? Are we ever going to find a place to put them, though? Nobody wants to be next to them. You don't want to be next to them. Nobody does. Land value is an issue.
Yes, I talked to all my neighbors around, and I think 99% of them do not want this.
Yeah.
In fact, I got one neighbor that he's getting older and he was thinking on selling his place. So he had him a buyer, and the buyer, he said, I got to tell him that this might happen. This wind farm. And he said, I don't want it. It was like, reduce the price, whatever. I don't want it. So you don't realize that only does it hurt your value, you might not be able to sell it.
Yeah.
And so, and so he's got a lot tied up in this. And so that's one of them that happens. And people don't realize that. It's everybody around here. I bet it's 99% of the people don't want this. I get calls every day. People come up to me and say, thanks for what you're doing to try and, get this thing stopped, and especially on state land, because once you start doing stuff on state land, there's no stopping it. And this lease is long-term, and we don't believe it's the best benefit of the state land trust, because there's lots of other things that can do with it. So,
yeah. Mike, well, you're sort of taking the lead on this. Are you getting any help, any assistance? This has got to be time-consuming, costly. Like, you are the face now of the challenge against this project. Like it or not, Mike, you have become the guy. Like, what are you getting? What's it like? What do you have to do? This has got to be a lot of work. This is a full-time job for you now. And are you getting any help? Any people coming alongside?
Yes, we have a lot. I'm just on the, I'm working on the lawsuit side of it, but I'm working on the other side too. And we got a lot of people that are working, trying to, to get this thing going. They got a grassroots thing. It's called againstpronghornh2.com. And it's a good website, and it's got full of all truths. We've researched everything. There's no speculation. We put it all out there so people can really see, because the biggest thing people don't realize all the stuff that goes along with this. It's, I got a neighbor that's a mile from one. He says he has trouble sleeping at night because of that humming.
I've heard.
It's tied to bedrock. We're tied to bedrock, and he says, I got to get them to it. There's just so many wrongs than there is rights.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yep, wind turbines don't make good neighbors for a lot of reasons. I've heard about that noise issue. Haven't thought about sage grouse and them not wanting to be around something that casts shadows like this, and land valuations plummet when these things come in next door. And then, of course, this particular project, Pronghorn H2, not proposed to be a conventional feeding the energy grid in Wyoming. This is energy that's going somewhere specific out of state, and probably not paying its way when you talk about not going to be taxed in that way. So, yeah, a lot of food for thought. Anything else, Mike?
Yeah, I guess the real big one is it's a major mule deer and antelope winter range. And I've seen it. I've lived there all my life. I'm 68 years old, and I see it every day. And that's where they live. And you start stirring that up. Oil and gas, they have to stay out of them areas between, I think it's November 15th and April 30th. They don't say that's for wind in the wind leases. So that changes some. Why is that different than oil and gas, and I fear for them. The mule deer population, as you know, has been struggling too, And then there's another thing too. I didn't realize this till I got to reading the lease. They can close on all that 14,000 acres of state land, and there's a walk-in area next to that too. That's probably like 5,000 acres, and it might be part of the state too. But they can shut that down. It says right in their lease, stop the hunting in that area because they don't want anybody shooting one of them things accidentally or on purpose.
Yeah.
So, and they said they would go after the landowner if somebody shot one. So that makes it even tougher. So,
yeah.
And I don't think the general public knows they're going to lose a lot of hunting ground on the state ground because they love the state ground. The people do. It's a treasure for them.
So, yeah, as you hear, resistance to the 4-1 vote of the state land board to approve pronghorn H2. Hold on. We got a lawsuit now. A lot of folks don't like it. There's reasons not to like it. Precedent setting on state and land. That's another one. I mean, you let these guys and then, here we go.
Yeah, and Wyoming's got a lot of state land. There's a lot around here.
Yeah. Give us a website again where we can go check out some of the arguments against.
Okay, it's against pronghornh2.com.
Okay, against pronghornh2.com. Yeah, thanks, Mike, for taking up the cause.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. We got a half-inch of rain last night, so I'm happy.
Oh, man. That's good news. Don Day did that. More coming tomorrow, I heard. Yeah, it's great. Thanks, buddy.
Okay. Thank you.
Mike Stevens, he's the guy behind a lawsuit trying to slow down, pump the brakes on that pronghorn H2. Converse County rancher, Mike Stevens. Thanks for coming on. That story's in the Cowboy State Daily. Check it out. We'll be right back with a guy who studies wind. He can see waves, sort of like a wind. He sees wind. We're going to stay on that subject, the wind. We'll be right back with that after these.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so big. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on this Thursday. We welcome into the discussion Michael Stollinger, Dr. Stollinger, Associate Professor in Mechanical Engineering at UW, also an Olympic hopeful skier from Austria. You ski, don't you? You're always out there skiing.
I do.
All right. You're never too old to maybe win a medal in skiing. So
the dream is alive.
Let's talk about how you're able to see wind. You can visualize wind, I think. You're one of those rare wind talkers, wind seers. You know, they used to say that of Dale Earnhardt in NASCAR. They said he could see wind when he drove, because they wind tunnel all these race cars. Wind, there's a lot to it. We're going to talk about harnessing wind for energy. But first, I want you to explain for people like me who don't know anything, turbulence modeling and stuff like that. What does that mean? What are you doing with wind?
All right. Well, first of all, thanks for having me on the show. It's a great pleasure. Yeah. So the wind, as we call it, is one of the most exciting areas to research, and that's just because the scales are very extreme. There are hardly any flows on Earth that have a larger Reynolds number, which is a number that characterizes whether the flow is turbulent or not. And it's just because of the height. So that the first, let's call it 3,000 to 4,000 feet above ground, is the atmospheric boundary layer, and that's where most of the interesting action is, I would say. And so this height is very great. So let's call it 4,000 feet. And the wind speeds are relatively high, so we have a high Reynolds number. So in terms of turbulence research, the atmospheric boundary layer was always very prominent because we can do some great measurements there. And from a prediction point, it is very challenging because there's a vast range of scales involved. So the wind changes on several scales. You can, you always know when the gust hits, right? The gust, how long does it last? Maybe 10, 15, 20 seconds, something around that. Obviously, there are storm fronts that move in that change the wind on an even slower time scale, but the wind then changes down to time and length scales of millimeters and much less than a second. And so when we do computer simulations, we have to put enough grid points to span all those scales from the very largest to the very smallest, and that is, even with today's supercomputers, not possible. So we have to model some of the effects of turbulent flows, and that's what makes it challenging.
I don't know if we can, from hearing you, I don't know if we can ever fully understand wind and flows. Like wind is a lot more than just what blows your hat off and has you chasing it in Wyoming. Wind, can we ever achieve understandable flow out of chaos? I mean, wind, like water flowing, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, probably not instantaneously, but what matters more are the averages. Let's say we can fairly certain, of course in the laboratory it's easier even if the flow is turbulent there, but we can predict, let's say, what the average velocity is, or the average fluctuations of velocity. So that is the goals. We could never measure the state of the atmosphere near a wind project and then predict what the exact wind is 5 seconds later. So that is hopeless.
Give me an idea of how much you got to use an enormous amount of math. I mean, a lot of this is math. How much math, how much AI and modeling, how much artificial intelligence goes into it?
The artificial intelligence really, we know that the governing physics and the equations, we know those. We cannot find solutions. So then we use approximations and find numerics, or use big computers to crunch the numbers for us. So that's what spurred the growth of these tools so far, is just doubling in CPU speed over 2 years has been going on. It's stalling somewhat now, but now we have these AI tools, and those are really more used to then, condense all the information and data we produce down and get some quicker, cheaper models that would tell us an answer in a matter of minutes and doesn't require a supercomputer and days of computing. So that's where the AI tools are mostly used.
And then when you really hit a brick wall, I guess you can just call up Wolfgang Roda. Is that his name? And then ask him, like the goat of all wind.
I mean, and again, like measurements are still, just predictions alone are not enough. So we always try to verify and draw into, measurements, experiments. So these are the hard facts we try to match.
Now, why is all this important if we're applying this to then we're trying to build the better mousetrap, build a better wind turbine? Why is this important? We know the wind blows in Wyoming. Can't we just put up a wind turbine in the direction where it usually comes from and be done with it? Why do we got to get all sciencey on wind in Wyoming?
You're absolutely right. What you just explained, that would get you 85% the way, right? So,
right.
That's what it is. We know the predominant wind direction, prevailing wind direction is around southwest there. And so, and the wind turbines, of course, they adjust into the wind direction. So changing that is not a big deal. No, it's really more about the local, how local topography influences the wind more nuanced. So that's where the more expensive, computationally expensive tools come into play. So you start by using some public wind resource databases. So the National Renewable Energy Lab has one put up where University of Wyoming has helped contribute. And these are publicly available. You can go there now after the show and look up a map of Wyoming and pick what the average wind speeds are at a certain height, right? That tells you already a lot. But these models are fairly coarse. Let's say they have an answer, a solution every 5 kilometers or every 3 miles roughly. So if your wind side is kind of in between, then you have to guesstimate, right? And so that's why wind developers still put up meteorological towers on this prospective site and measure the actual wind resource. They often only do it for a year. Better would be multiple year, because you can have yearly variations of the wind resource that are quite significant. So if you measure in the wrong year, you might get a pretty biased answer. But nevertheless, and that together, then that's probably then enough. So then you can go to the bank and ask for hundreds of millions of dollars in terms of a loan. They want to see these studies done, because again, locally, you have some sort of a ridge there or a hill that could change the wind quite a bit from what these coarse models tell you it might be. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Wind can be very site specific depending on topography, what's going on.
Exactly.
So where you put these wind turbines, you might want to make best use of like a wind tunnel, a known wind, like the wind funnels through this valley.
Yeah.
I mean, and usually, Professor Stolling, like the higher the better, right? Shouldn't we get these wind turbines as high as we can? Because that's where wind is blowing.
Exactly. The wind speed increase quite fast above the surface for the first 600-700 feet. So, typical hub heights now are 300 feet, 300 plus. But the nice thing in Wyoming, if we have this great wind resource, we don't need to put the tower that high to have a high wind speed. So if you go to low wind resources, like in the south, there's not much, but they have to go very far to get a reasonable wind resource. In Wyoming, you get away still with 80-meter towers, just because the wind is so high, the wind speed is so high. And that, of course, makes the project cheaper. That makes the visual impact smaller if the turbine is not quite that high. So those are the advantages of a high wind resource site.
What about, have you seen, speaking of how high these wind turbines have to be, have you seen these turbines that are horizontal? They're like a carousel or something. Do those work?
That's horizontal axis wind turbines. just don't achieve quite as high of an efficiency. So that's why we don't see them at the commercial scale, I would say. But they have other advantages that make them interesting choices for residential or small scale applications. You know, you can put them on a rooftop. There is not as much force for your foundation requirements are smaller. So that's why those are interesting. And then we have a company in Laramie, Wyoming. It's called Heirloom Energy. They're developing a whole new concept where, you know, you can imagine it's just a wing that moves horizontally on a track. And so that would be also an application for or harvesting wind that are maybe not quite as great height as these utility scale wind turbines.
We're talking to Associate Professor of Mechanical Engineering at UW. It's Dr. Professor Michael Stollinger. You studied in Munich, and then how'd you get over here? Introduce us to you. You were in Munich studying. You came over to UW just maybe for a cup of coffee, but you ended up staying.
Yeah, it was kind of like that. No, I was about done with my degree in Munich, and I still had my master thesis to write. And in one of the last courses I took there, the professor started working for the University of Wyoming. So he started to work at the math department, and he had some funding left and said, well, if somebody wants to do their master thesis abroad, this would be paid. So, you know, everybody ever told me, you got to go abroad. I never wanted to leave. If you have been in Austria, it's quite nice there.
Yeah.
So I raised my hand, and that was fatal. So I'm still here, right? So
fantastic.
I raised my hand, came over, did my master thesis at the University of Wyoming, actually, and then a PhD in mathematics over there. Went back to Europe. Before that, met my now wife, and so that's why we came back, because we like it here. So it's a great place for sure, and a great place to study wind.
Well, you being here ups the average IQ of all Wyomingites, that's for sure. You're raising the bar.
Well, you're a hard worker, right?
Hey, let me ask you one thing. Go back. You mentioned these wind turbines that have a feature, a built-in feature, enabling them to yaw a little bit, feeling where the wind's coming from. To what degree can they turn themselves to the prevailing wind?
All the way around, 360 degrees.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and you know, there's a wind vane. Well, in the older models, it's really just a cup anemometer that tells the wind speed, and a vane that tells the direction. And then there's a controller that then turns a little motor with a gear that turns the top nacelle. So the tower is fixed, but the thing that houses the turbine blades, that's called a nacelle, that can turn on top of that tower.
That's interesting. So, I mean, what do you say about Wyoming's wind energy potential? I mean, it's got to be huge. The amount.
Great. So, yeah, the National Renewable Energy Lab estimated that, you know, if we would fully develop just the best resources in Wyoming, we could produce 170 times the state's energy demands. So, you know, we house about 40% of the nation's best wind resource in terms of area. If you just look at area where the wind blows strongest, we have 40% of the nation's highest wind resource. So the potential is great. Obviously, you know, there is impacts. You know, if you build something that is that big, there are a lot of impacts. We are currently, I think, hovering around number 15 or so in the nation's list of wind energy producers, but with several large projects imminent to come online that will propel us and you know, put us more towards top 5 actually as wind energy producers.
Yeah, you got to think there's a lot of runway there that hasn't been used. Wind potential in Wyoming. What about one last topic? Michael, what about offshore? You know, a lot of people don't want to see the turbines. They don't want to live next to them. That's going to be a constant issue. Offshore, is that feasible? We do a little of that.
Yeah, I mean, if we look at the prospect, it's great, right? We can. There's the resource where the population centers are. That is key, right? So we don't have to ship the energy long distances with losses. Of course, just transmission lines are not loss free. So that's a big advantage. We can get them away a little bit from where they are visually impacted. So there are a lot of benefits. That's why the research is very active. And if you look to Europe, that's where they're pushing their, real estate is more constrained there. So they started putting them offshore sooner, I would say. It also has to do with, how deep the ocean is, and if you can put a foundation there. So, preferably you dig or ground them into the seabed, right, instead of making them floating. This is the biggest challenge. A floating offshore wind turbine is the most challenging. So, but the problem still are, of course, the costs, right? It takes a lot more. It costs a lot more to put everything on a ship, to tuck it out there and work there. So I think this is, in terms of cost competitiveness, they are not quite there, versus land-based wind is totally cost competitive, even without investment and production tax credits. So, but we will see, where it goes with, the near future. But the research is certainly going that direction.
The politics of wind energy, we know what that is, but the potential, and it's there for Wyoming. And as our special guest, Michael Stolinger, tells us, associate professor at mechanical engineering at UW, it'll just take a little more turbulence modeling, maybe. That sounds like a lot of fun. We'll leave you to that. I don't know. I'm never going to get there. My math is not up to par. Thanks for coming on and explaining a lot of stuff to us. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you so much. It was great talking to you.
Have a great windy weekend in Wyoming. Thank you. Michael Stolinger on the show and explaining wind. This guy studies wind, like understanding the chaotic flow of wind is beyond me, but Stolinger's got it. Let's take a pause for the news right here. We'll be right back.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Ranchers throughout Wyoming and Nebraska are rallying to provide emergency hay for those impacted by wildfires tearing through Wyoming's critical cattle grazing lands. Coordinating a portion of the relief effort is the University of Wyoming Extension, which has launched a website designed to connect ranchers with hay surpluses for those who need help providing for their herds. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker spoke to donors who are offering hay through the emergency site to ranchers in need.
I spoke to one individual in Nebraska who was saying that he personally witnessed some of the impacts that fire can have on cattle. And he told me that cattle can usually only live about 10 days without eating something, but it takes between 30 and 45 days to regrow grass that's been burned. So individuals like this that are sharing their resources are being very generous and trying to make a really big impact here on cattle in the state of Wyoming.
Wyoming's biggest wildfire of the season so far is the Red Canyon Fire, which has burned its way through 125,000 acres in the Bighorn Basin as of Tuesday. Other blazes in Willow Creek and Dollar Lake continue to impact the availability of forage for cattle throughout the state. Well, as summer 2025 winds down, Wyoming finds itself at the center of America's push to break China's grip on rare earth element production. 3 separate rare earth projects are now underway across the state, representing the most concentrated domestic development effort in decades. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that this summer, rare earth operations near Ranchester, Upton, and American Rare Earths mine outside Wheatland made big moves to cut into China's grip on the world's rare earths production, but many hurdles lie ahead.
Rare earth is everywhere, but not in economically viable concentrations where a mine can really profit. We went from ignoring rare earth to really just full speed ahead, and Wyoming's right at the forefront. The
Trump administration has made domestic rare earth production a national security priority as China controls about 85% of global rare earth processing. A Wyoming state legislator who's announced his candidacy for governor has stepped down as chairman of a state Senate committee. Senator Eric Barlow of Gillette announced his candidacy for the 2026 governor's race August 12th, but Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Barlow removed himself from his role on the Senate Labor, Health, and Social Services Committee because of a Wyoming legislative rule dating back to 1975, which says any committee chair running for a statewide office, quote, shall immediately resign from his or her chair chairmanship of the committee.
It's an old rule. It's 50 years old, so we've kind of lost touch on whoever enacted it and why. The rule just says if you're the chair of the committee, you're running for a statewide office, you got to step down. And he did. Senator Cale Case said, I get why we have the rule because maybe a guy would use the chairmanship to grandstand, which he said Barlow would not do. He called Barlow a gentleman. And then he said, but if a guy did use a position of power like that to grandstand while campaigning, then wouldn't we all just know that he wasn't fit to be governor?
Barlow has chaired various select committees and task forces and remains chair of the Mental Health and Vulnerable Adult Task Force, which is not governed by the committee chair election rule. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking for something truly unforgettable? Head to the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive every night beginning at 8. From bucking broncs to bull rides, it's America's original night rodeo right here in Cody, Wyoming. The rodeo capital of the world. It's family fun, wild rides, and true Western excitement under the lights. Cody is rodeo.
In Colorado, Mustang numbers are kept in check by volunteers who prowl the range, shooting female horses with darts loaded with fertility control drugs. Advocates say that it's working and spares Colorado wild horse herds from helicopter roundups that have ignited controversy in Wyoming, Nevada, and other western states. But the effectiveness of fertility control darting is extremely limited in Wyoming, according to Outdoors reporter Mark Hines.
These doses have to be administered to each mare about once a year. You get in places like the Rock Springs area, the huge red desert, where you're talking sometimes thousands of horses spread across a gazillion acres. It's probably not going to work.
Critics say the BLM's wild horse roundups are cruel and unnecessary as helicopters are used to drive Mustangs into holding corrals. Others argue that the Mustangs are a feral invasive species and their numbers must be kept in check to protect the rangeland environment and native wild animals. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Cowboy State Daily show continues. I'm Jake, and we're going to get Renee Jean on here soon. Abby, the Ask Abby segment, that's coming up as well. First, this reminder that if you're looking for a real Wild West experience, Cody, Wyoming's got your ticket to a ride. They've been throwing down since 1919 at the world-famous Cody Stampede Rodeo. When the sun sets, yeah, more rodeo. The Cody Night Rodeo keeps the action going every night, all summer long. Bulls, broncs, and big-time cowboy energy. In the only town where rodeo is a nightly tradition, because here in Cody, rodeo's not just an event, it's a way of life. You better get to Cody as fast as you can and get a little rodeo in. I was at the rodeo last night, Jackson Hole Rodeo. And that was a good one, and had a surprise visit from Wasey Shala. Oh, man, was that kid good. I mean, we knew he was good. We who read the Cowboy State Daily, right? Wasey just rode at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Many Wyomingites saw him. He is the top bull rider in the world right now at the tender age of 19. And he does not look a day over 12. He looks so young. I'm sure he's tired of hearing that. But, man, to watch him ride a bull, unbelievable. He was fantastic at CFD. He's been fantastic all year. He is the hottest bull rider going right now. And he just happened to be between major rodeos, traveling through Jackson. I think he was in Utah last weekend. They had a big rodeo down in the Ogden area. And he just happened to be rolling through. And he said, what the heck, I'll ride whatever bull you got there at the Jackson Hole Rodeo. And they put him on. The Wilsons put him on the rankest bull they had. But was no challenge for Wasey Shallop, PRCA #1 bull rider in the world right now. And he rode that thing to an 84 ride, and he probably could have just rode it home or rode it to his next rodeo. I mean, 8 seconds, pooh, that's nothing for Wasey. He ride that thing for 8 days. Yeah, he looked good. And you could see why. I mean, just a cut above any bull rider you probably see at your local rodeo. He was so good. Let's get Renee Jean in here. Last time that we talked to Renee, we talked about that boll weevil. No, we talked about that flesh-eating fly. I don't want to talk about the screwworm anymore, Renee.
Okay.
It's too gross. Let's talk about something much prettier to look at. That the murals. Oh my goodness! I wish it would stop raining for what. I love the rain. We need the rain, but Jordan Dean doesn't want to see the rain right now. He's trying to put the finishing touches on those big water tank wild horse mural. Man, it's fantastic looking.
Yeah, it looks really good. But so it's kind of a two-parter, Jake. The Jordan's already done his part. What's waiting now is for the day crew to kind of fill in the outlines that he's made with color. So we'll see more of the sky. We'll see more of the meadowlarks. There's a few other things. And after that, it's finished. There's maybe a day and a half of work left. But it has to wait for dry weather. This epoxy paint is really interesting. But $400 a gallon. It's a two-parter. You mix part A and part B together. As soon as you do that, a curing process starts. It's going to take at most 2 hours to harden, and then you can't use it anymore. And as it's curing, it's getting thicker and thicker and thicker until you just, you can't, it doesn't work anymore as paint. So you got to work quickly with this stuff. When there's humidity, the curing process is even faster. So you can't use this stuff when it's too humid. You won't have enough time to get it all painted out. They have like 3 people to a gallon working on that gallon to get it applied as quickly as possible.
And this
so it's like a race, it's paint by numbers for them, but it's kind of a race. And you still got to stay in the lines and all of that. They can't get sloppy with it either.
Yeah. So this is not your average paint. Obviously, this paint has to be able to hold up, remain vivid and bright and everything, even under sunshine. The worst that Wyoming can throw at it, sun and rain and snow and cold, it'll be able to withstand that.
Yeah, it's rated for 30 years, so it should stay good for 30 years. It may last a little longer than that, as we know. When they rate things like this, they're being conservative. And so, it may last longer than the 30 years. But I think that it's just interesting, kind of the paint that they use is kind of interesting.
The big water tanks overlooking Story Boulevard in the Cheyenne area. Jordan Dean's dream is coming true here. Very close to finish line with the piece of art. You've been following this and you've talked to Jordan. I'm just fascinated to learn how he can possibly get perspective on such a massive scale piece. You know, you always see the artists on their canvas. They got to hold their thumb and try to get a, step back from it. How does he step back from a water tank?
Yeah, I wondered about that too, Jake. But in the pictures, you can see that there are these huge booms, boom lifts. And so he's standing on one of those, and the boom lift moves around. He can move it around. And so he's kind of like the tip of a pencil there, drawing these outlines that are going to later be colored in by the day crew. He works at night. And so, he draws these outlines. He's got a different boom lift with a projector that's projecting the image that he's drawn onto the tank in the size and the proportion that he wants. And so that's kind of how he's accomplishing that. I just think it kind of looks like magic, I think, to people in that area, because they go to sleep at night. Jordan comes out and he's working. They wake up the next morning and all of a sudden here are outlines, Then the day comes in while they're at work and fills in the color. So I figure it's got to be a little bit like magic. The images are just kind of popping out.
Yeah. I imagine the scuttlebutt every morning at the water cooler is, did you see the horse on the left has a head now? It just overnight, all of a sudden he's starting to take shape.
It's got to look really cool to the people who live there, I think.
Yeah, incredible. We're going to get to enjoy this for decades. And yeah, Renee Jean's been just keeping us up on the latest that is the latest. Let's talk about logging. We just had the state forester on. She's so cool, Kelly Norris. And she talked about a lot of different things, the pine beetle, wildfires, and logging. That kind of plays all into it. It's very complex. The health of a forest, our forest in Wyoming, there's a lot going on. But logging, timber, it has a place. And it's now going to be made a little smoother, a little easier. President Trump paving the way, and Governor Gordon following with an executive order telling the timber industry, you're welcome back, get to it. But they're saying, thanks, but it might be a little late. What did you find out?
Yeah, the thing is the wood that's coming out of the forest right now is not all that great of quality. So, I was talking with Jenny Hayter, their family's fourth generation, kind of like Jim Nyman, his fourth generation up there in the Hewlett area. They're down in the Evanston area. They have 2 mills, and the wood that they're getting now, they can buy more wood, yay. But the wood that they're getting, about half of it is dead and unusable. And so it doesn't take them half as much cost to go and get that wood. It costs the same. So that's a pretty big economic hit. They were already struggling. She told me that they nearly went out of business, and that these changes have come along for them in just the nick of time. Whether it's going to actually save them, it's kind of a race right now, ramping up. The forests need to be cleaned out of the dead wood so they can get to some economically viable lumber. Are they going to outlast this period? There's a transition period here that they still have to get through.
Yeah, loggers in Wyoming coming back from the brink of extinction nearly, and closing mills, closing some shifts at mills, and now being told to get back to work. Hopefully there's the industry can get back on its feet. Do you know uses for logs for the timber industry? I know if you go in and log and you find some usable material to sell, and that's your high end, but could you also take the stuff that's like, well, we can't make 2x4s out of this, the wood's too dead, you could burn it, you could mulch it, are there other uses that at least sort of get your money back, your cost back?
Yeah, there are. I mean, what they do with a lot of the scraps is they make wood pellets, for wood stoves.
Yeah.
But that's just not worth very much.
Right.
You look at the cost of getting it, it's not an economically feasible thing to do. It's just kind of an add-on thing that they do to kind of, get more money out of each trip. But in and of itself, to just focus on that, it's not economically feasible.
I see. Well, Renee Jean has that story, logging industry getting back to work if they find it feasible. And the artist Jordan Dean, he's kind of done with work, waiting for his paint crew to finish up those water tanks. What a huge 80-foot murals. What else you working on, Renee? What's happening the weekend?
Oh, well, I think I'm going to, this weekend, maybe pop over to the Buckhorn in Laramie and see what's going on there. They have a new owner there, maybe, and they've been doing some renovation.
All right. That sounds pretty nice. Well, tell them we said hey at the Buckhorn. Enjoy.
All right.
Thanks for coming on. Have a great weekend. Renee Jean of the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll take a quick break. Coming back with Ask Abby, your favorite segment coming up on a Thursday. We will put Abby to the test with all kinds of crazy, wacky trivia right after these.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. And one of our listeners wants to know if Will Rasmussen is related to Flint Rasmussen. And I think so is your answer. I'm pretty sure Flint Rasmussen, longtime professional rodeo barrelman, maybe the most famous barrelman in the history of bull riding. He's the guy, the clown in the barrel. Flint, I believe Will is his brother. I'm pretty sure. And what else? We had other folks reaching out. I wanted to say, I love this segment on curling, says one of our texter listeners. Love this segment on curling. Makes me want to go watch a match. Yeah, curling is slow if you like your slow sports, but we had the CEO of Curling USA on, USA Curling. That was pretty fun to learn more about the sport. Curling is crazy. See if Abby's ever curled. What do you know about curling, Abby? Anything?
Oh, so much.
Have you ever tried it?
No, I played shuffleboard.
Yes.
That's like curling, right?
It is a lot like curling.
Yeah, that's the closest I've been.
Okay, you done shuffleboard.
Have you been curling?
No. I would like to. I would like to be. I think I could slide it just right. Like, I don't know
You're this guy.
I want to be that
the
guy.
Pusher.
Yeah, because it leaves you a hand free for the beer, and you can slide the rock. They call it the stone. I don't want to.
Isn't it the stone?
The stone. Yeah, I don't want to be the sweeper. That's a lot of work. That looks trouble. I would probably fall because you're on ice. I don't want to be the sweepers. Or be the skipper. You be the dude in charge, the skip, telling them what to do. That would be easy. That's just delegating.
There's a guy that just stands there.
Right. He's just the boss of the whole operation. He tells you to sweep, or not to sweep.
Yeah, I'd be the pusher guy.
You'd be I would want to be the pusher too. Pusher seems easy. Your work is done. You let it go, and then you can just blame everything else on the sweepers. You're like, hey, that was the perfect shot. You guys didn't sweep it right.
Yeah. Agreed.
Okay. We have some trivia lined up for you that's a lot of multiple choice because, frankly, I think you need the help of 4 potential answers. Let me get my buzzer ready. No, I'm just...
You don't need the buzzer, man.
I might. Where are you at?
I'm in Laramie.
Laramie?
Laradice.
Okay. The Cowboys are on the road,
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that doesn't determine my travels to Laramie, though.
Right. Yeah. Go Pokes. We're taking on Akron just for the first time ever.
Yeah. Did you have fun talking to Jared yesterday?
Yeah. It's so cool to talk to somebody who knows stuff. He's very knowledgeable. Is that his brother that teaches the secondary, that coaches?
Yeah, I think so.
His brother's Jason?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jared's just very knowledgeable. He knows everything that's going on with the team. He's going to have some inside info, stuff like that. He's going to be great.
Good.
Yeah, we had a great talk. Thank you for that. Okay, it's Labor Day weekend coming up. We have a couple of Labor Day trivias that are hard.
Okay.
Oof. Yeah. When did Labor Day become a national holiday? We'll let you be within 10 years, give or take.
Oh, gosh. Oh, In the 1965.
Not a
In
bit,
the 19.
That's a good guess. I mean, yeah, it's a good guess. Labor Day has been around a long time, Abby. There's your hint.
1895.
Oh my goodness, 1894.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Long-standing Labor Day tradition, first Monday in September. Which U.S.
That's awesome.
Yeah, which U.S. state was the first to officially recognize Labor Day? This state was ahead of everybody.
Florida. Dang it.
A lot of their laboring in this state is done in the forest. Cutting down trees, perhaps.
California. South Dakota.
They don't have a tree in South Dakota. That's because they've forested it all. They've timbered it all.
Yeah.
No, where do they log like crazy? The only place they log in the U.S. anymore, really.
Minnesota.
Minnesota's got lots of mosquitoes, but yeah, they got trees, I guess.
I don't know. Where are all the lumberjacks of this country? I don't know. I don't know, Jake.
Oregon is where they like lumberjacking. Oregon, yeah.
Okay.
They were first on the scene for Labor Day, just so you know. Who was the president that signed a bill to make Labor Day a federal holiday? We already know it happened in 1894, so ipso fatso should be easy to figure out who was prez.
Golly, right? I don't know who was president in 1894.
Me neither. He was probably
Is he on a coin?
No, he ain't on no money.
He ain't on no money. I don't know. Lyndon Johnson. No,
his last name is a city in Ohio.
Oh gosh, I don't know that.
Sure you do. He was he was 22nd.
Give me another hint.
Oh, he was 22nd and 24th president. So he sort of did a Trump. He served, then another guy won, and then he came back with a vengeance. He was born in New Jersey. That's not going to help you. He was a Democrat. First Democrat elected president after the Civil War. His last name is a city in Ohio. What's like the only city in Ohio you know? There's two. Other than Akron, who is going to get crushed by the Cowboys tonight.
I was going to say Akron and Cincinnati.
Then the other one. The one that nobody ever wants to go. The one that gets like a real, it's always gray skies.
Columbus?
No. Boy, you know a lot of Ohio.
Not a lot of presidents. I don't know.
First name Grover. Still won't help you, will it? No. These are old
Grover
dead.
was a Sesame Street character. What do you mean?
I know. He was also a president. He was your president.
I don't know.
Grover Cleveland.
Oh, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah.
Poor Andrew. I hope Andrew Rossi isn't watching this because that's where he's from.
I know.
So embarrassing.
He would be mortified. Okay, there's no chance then for this one. Who was who was behind the whole idea of Labor Day? If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have a Labor Day.
It's a famous person?
No, it's not really. So
Oh. You just want me to miraculously know a name?
I just want to hit the buzzer. This is a test question to see if you're cheating, because if you ever got it, you're cheating. Peter McGuire is the reason we have a Labor Day.
Isn't that who Spider-Man is?
Maybe. Peter, yeah. Oh, Spider-Man invented Labor Day. We learn something every day on the show.
Ask Abby is so enlightening.
Ask Abby is mind expanding. Here's a good one. What mammal sleeps longer than any other mammal? If you want to try to find this mammal, chances are it'd be sound asleep. Almost always.
Koala.
That's actually the second most sleepy animal. But we'll give that to you.
Not the sloth.
No, he's
Not
just
sloth,
slow.
right?
He's not sleeping. That's a sloth running when that's just as fast as it goes. No, this mammal, I'll give you a hint, was recently in the news for being found in Grand Teton National Park in the Jackson Lake Lodge.
Oh, bats?
Yeah, the little brown bat is the sleepiest mammal ever, then koalas.
Huh.
Okay.
Well, thanks for not buzzering me, even though I was wrong.
No, you had the number 2. That's really good. You're doing good. Let's keep it up. What do these people have in common? Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, Charles Darwin, and Benjamin Franklin.
They're all men.
Well, you're right.
They all invented something.
Yeah, Isaac Newton invented gravity. Einstein invented math. Charles Darwin invented bunk science by ignoring Genesis. And
They all had white hair.
no.
They all went to the same university.
No.
They all liked cornflakes.
Wow.
Magic wand.
No wand on that.
Oh.
They were all left-handed.
I don't know.
All left-handed. Okay, here's it. If you get this right, end of trivia, you're the trivia queen. What was the first product to have a barcode? Everything's got a barcode now, the UPC symbol or whatever. First product.
Yeah. Dove bar soap.
I'm afraid that's incorrect. It's common everyday product.
Kleenex.
No.
You could find it at a grocery store.
Yeah, a grocery store, convenience store, probably very near the cash register in all
A lighter.
all cases.
Cigarette.
No.
I don't know. Buy the cashier lotto tickets.
No, a pack of Wrigley's gum. Gum is the first product to have a barcode. Now you know. This is all kind of useless trivia, but you can astound your friends with trivia like this. If you couldn't
We're astounding the listeners today,
Yes.
Jake. We're
always. If somebody
chewing gum.
If somebody has a deck of cards handy, your standard 52 card deck, quickly rifle through it, find the kings. Which one king does not have a mustache?
The King of Hearts.
Oh my. Abby nails it. King of Hearts, no mustache. Okay. approximately 90% of the world's recoverable helium is located in what state?
Oh, I think I knew this at one point in my life.
Oh, yeah?
It's not Wyoming, is it?
No, but we have helium.
Helium capital of the world.
That's right.
Cleveland, Ohio.
They all talk really high pitched. We have a lot of helium in this state. Where's my voice? Get my voice generator over here.
We have so much helium. You can't believe it.
Lots of helium.
Golly. I don't know. Utah?
No.
Oh.
Oops. Where's my buzzer? No. You can find most of the helium under Amarillo.
So, Texas?
Yes. Texas. 90% of the world's helium. Who knew?
Huh.
You didn't know.
I did not know.
Okay, here's a really tough one, but you got to think outside the box here. What do these items have in common? Shoes, chairs, a rear half of a horse, a box of nails, a torpedo, drums, like a drum that would hold oil, and bottles of wine. All those things have something that ties them together.
Shoes, chair, box of nails.
Half a horse.
Drums. Half a horse.
Half a horse. Drums, a torpedo, bottle of wine.
What is this?
Riddle me this, Riddler. A tough one.
Bottles of wine come in a case. Shoes come in a box.
Oh.
Box of nails.
You are thinking out. You're thinking inside the box. Okay. Let's see where you're going with this.
Torpedoes are launched under water, right? Are torpedoes launched underwater only?
Yeah. Yep. There's your biggest clue, that item, torpedo. All these other items, not necessarily would you associate finding them here, but the torpedo, now that starts to make sense because, yeah.
This feels like an impossible question.
It kind of is. It feels like it. That's your standard answer to any. This feels impossible. Okay, you're
feels insane.
You're allowed one mulligan. You're allowed one veto, one protest per trivia, and you're probably going to use it here, right? I protest this question.
I protest this question
on the grounds that it's impossible. Yeah. All these items were found in the stomachs of sharks. Half a horse, box of nails, torpedoes, bottles of wine. Of course. Yeah, that was an impossible question. You're right.
Yeah, okay.
The city of Gainesville, Georgia, they passed a law prohibiting eating this food with a fork. They were getting serious. Gainesville, Georgia. It is unlawful to eat this food with a fork. Peach cobbler, mac and cheese, fried chicken, or cornbread.
Peaches.
No.
Oh, you said peach cobbler. Wait.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Cornbread.
Now you're down to mac and cheese or fried chicken.
Well, yeah, I guess fried chicken then.
Fried chicken. Gainesville made a new law in 1961 that banning the use of a fork to eat chicken as a way to promote the poultry capital of the world as Gainesville chicken. Don't eat your fried chicken with a fork.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. Since World War II, British battle tanks include what kind of beverage equipment? So if you went to war for the UK since World War II, in your tank, you would have a dispenser dispensing Coca-Cola, tea, coffee, or Pepsi.
Tea.
Tea is correct. They love their tea in England, right?
Yeah.
The British Army deigned special tea kettles be installed in its tanks. Hence the ill the ill preparation of UK in a war. You know, the panzers are blowing up UK. They're like, why isn't there any return fire? Oh, just having a spot of tea. Oh man. The speed of a computer mouse. Like I am jiggling my mouse right now. And I'm making it go left and right, up and down. The speed of a computer mouse is measured in what units? Inches. I just went like 10 inches. Centimeters, Mickeys, or paws?
Centimeters? Mickey's?
Yeah. Mickey's is the standard unit of measurement. The accepted measurement it measures how many pixels in a millimeter a mouse can move. So, yeah, Mickey's. You would have never known
Mickey
that.
Mouse?
Don't know where it comes from. This actually has...
Oh, maybe we need to do Disney trivia. I would maybe be good at that.
Okay, I could do that next week. Disney trivia for you.
Yeah.
How many?
I might know some Disney trivia.
Are you a runner at all? Do you run, jog? No.
No. No, not unless like there's something to run from. But
Yeah.
I definitely am not running.
How many miles in a marathon? A full marathon. Do you need multiple choice?
A half marathon is 6 point something, right?
I can't say. That would be divulging the answer. Full marathon is how many miles?
Okay, 13.
That would be a half marathon. A full marathon is 26.2 miles. Reason being, supposedly, Queen Alexandra in 1908 wanted a marathon to start at the Windsor Castle and finish at the Olympic Stadium. So that's standard 26.2 miles. Seems random, 26.2. That's why.
It's not random.
Okay, I asked this question earlier of Greg Johnson. If you were listening, you would have this answer easy. Probably not, though. What is the top-selling product at Walmart? I'll give you a trivia. I'll give you multiple choice. Diapers, milk, bananas, sliced bread.
Sliced bread.
That's what I would have guessed. I mean, yeah. Seems like a fast-selling item. Top-selling item at Walmart. Diapers, milk, bananas.
I guess milk. Diapers? Wow, we love bananas that much, huh?
I suppose so. Bananas sells... Walmart sells 1.5 billion pounds of bananas a year.
Wow. That's wild.
Okay, you got a 1 in 4 chance of nailing this one. Where was the world's first speeding ticket issued? France, England, the U.S., or Canada?
France.
Driving that Peugeot too fast in France? No, it's not France. First speeding ticket.
England.
Yes. I would have thought it's a very United States kind of thing. England, the driver was rumored to be going 8 miles an hour. Wow. Who do
8 miles an hour?
8 miles an hour.
Oh, funny.
Okay.
Driving what?
Yeah, I don't know. It does not say.
Huh.
I talked about this earlier with Don Day. What is the unique feature of the Sargasso Sea? Hopefully you've heard of it. If not, still, it shouldn't deter you. It has very unique. What is the unique thing about Sargasso Sea?
There's no salt.
That's a good guess. Sargasso Sea is known for being a place with very little wind. It's always super calm. In fact, Don Day and I talked about how in the old days when you had to have wind in your sails, that's the only way you could sail across the Atlantic where the Sargasso Sea is. There's a little spot where the wind wouldn't blow you. But that's not what we're looking for. Sargasso Sea is unique in this way. No other sea can claim this.
It has 4 sides.
I mean, you're kind of close. It is bordered by no land. It's in the Sargasso Sea is in the middle of an ocean, yet it's defined as its own place. It's a floating sea, abundance of seaweed. It's often called the floating rainforest because it has so much seaweed that's collected there. But it's a sea inside the Atlantic Ocean. I never heard of it.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Now we know.
It's tough questions for you today. And that's...
Yeah, those were pretty ridiculous, let's be honest.
They were.
The stomach contents of a shark.
Well, now you can just astound your friends at that cocktail party today in Laramie.
Yeah, they're going to be like, what's happened to Abby? Like, she's like talking about a lot of weird stuff.
Yeah. You're like, Einstein's left-handed. And like, okay, Abby. Grover Cleveland, you remember him? No, we don't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's illegal to eat chicken with a fork, everyone.
And the mustachioed king. Yeah, all of these things you can contemplate. Thanks, Abby. Have a great weekend.
Bye.
Bye. Ask Abby, and she knew some. Didn't know some. Par for the course, Abby. It's even more fun when she doesn't know. Let's take a break and we'll roll to the finish line here on a Thursday of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Even the mighty might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, Thursday. Thanks for being there with us. I learned a lot in trivia. A lot of weird kind of trivia. What do you find in the stomachs of sharks and stuff like that? And don't forget, tonight is the opener of college football. Wyoming Cowboys taking to the road. They'll meet the Akron Zips. First time these two teams have ever met. 5 o'clock, I think, is kickoff on ESPN+. Wyoming Cowboys and the Akron Zips. Go Pokes as college football season underway. That'll be a lot of fun. Can't wait to see that game tonight. Couple letters to the editor in the Cowboy State Daily I found interesting. How about is there an alternative to the proposed 43% fuel tax hike? Lawmakers are thinking about upping the tax for gas. It's to the point now, in some states, the tax is like doubles the price of the actual gas, the product. The rest of it is all taxes. In Wyoming, it's not gotten that bad, but in order to address the funding shortfall for WYDOT, the Wyoming Department of Transportation, and to fix our roads, they got a bunch of potholes in them. We got to fix some bridges that are falling apart. Sometimes we even have to rebuild a mountain. WYDOT does. And Cowboy State Daily recently published that story about Wyoming legislators considering a 43% tax in fuel, tax hike in fuel. James England of Cheyenne writes a letter to the editor. He's like, how about considering instead a vehicle mile tax, a VMT? The tax would be based on actual miles traveled. This way we would better identify and target those using the roads the most. So if you and I, we just barely drive much, we wouldn't be taxed much. And those folks who are doing maybe commercial deliveries, they're the ones pounding the road. They should pay more. In a way, fuel tax does that because if you don't drive much, you don't buy much fuel. But here's the tricky thing with the fuel tax. It would also reward those who drive a high mileage, those vehicles that get better miles per gallon, MPG. which is a good incentive to get rid of the gas guzzling 1-ton pickup truck and get yourself into a smaller 35-mile-a-gallon Honda Civic or something. And that's probably a good thing. What about, and this is James England suggesting a vehicle weight tax, an alternative way to measure or to tax people about the impact they have on our roads, calculated by determining the vehicle's gross weight and maximum load it can carry. This way, we would target a little bit more semi-tractor trailers driving in and around and through Wyoming. We would tax that big 18-wheeler more than you and I, who aren't beating up the road as much as these heavy vehicles and probably not on Interstate 80 as much as these. Two ideas, I don't know, to think about. James England writes in from Cheyenne. Another letter to the editor in the Cowboy State Daily. Rifles are much better protection against grizzly bears than bear spray. I don't know about that. David Smith writes in from Ridgeway, Colorado, and he has his reasoning. A lot of it has to do with the way people carry bear spray. You're going to need it in one of your hands, assuming you're carrying your rifle in your good hand, your usual hand. You might be carrying your bear spray in your offhand. If you're right-handed, maybe your bear spray's in your left hand. You wouldn't be as accurate with it. Also, you probably need two hands to fire that bear spray, and yet you're holding your rifle. I don't know, James. A lot of hunters I know, I mean, they're carrying their rifle on their backpack. You're very rarely carrying it in your hand. And you would be able to get to bear spray. Which is more effective, though, the rifle or bear spray? I still think it takes too much time to get a rifle up and aimed at a bear. But he has his reasoning. David Smith from Ridgeway, Colorado, writes in a letter to the editor about what he thinks is more effective. A rifle over bear spray. How about just not encountering a grizzly bear? That might be the easiest way. That'll do it for us on a Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Have a great day. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.